What's up, Not.Just developers? Welcome back to a new live stream. Today is Friday, and that means that we are doing a new project build tutorial. Today we are actually starting a new project. We're gonna go ahead and start the Twitter UI, the Twitter clone, which is gonna be a full stack application, both the front end and the back end. But today, in the first episode, we're gonna focus on building the user interface using React Native. So what exactly you're gonna learn today? First of all, you're gonna learn how to get started with Expo and how to build applications with React Native. We're gonna also start implementing components, and we're gonna build and style beautiful user interfaces. And also we're gonna use TypeScript to build type-safe applications. And this is an opportunity for you to learn that as well. We're gonna make sure to create our own components to make our code base scalable. We're gonna extract everything, and we're gonna see how to manage the data using props and state. And finally, we're gonna also learn about the Expo router by implementing the navigation system in this application using the new navigation library for React Native application, which is Expo router. And yeah, that's some of the things that you're gonna learn today, but most importantly is you're gonna learn by actually building, by getting your hands dirty. And at the end also, I will encourage you to continue working on this project, because that's the best way to learn, is by actually practicing the things that you're learning, by putting it in action, by getting your hands dirty, by going into mistakes and then finding solutions for them. So before we get started, as always, I prepared the asset bundle, which you can download following the assets.notjust.dev/Twitter clone. There you'll find dummy data, images, and other resources that we will need to follow along and build this project. And also the step-by-step guide and other links you can find on notjust.dev/project/Twitter. So I think we're ready and we can get started. All right, so guys, if you're new here, hi, welcome to the channel. My name is Vadim and I'm a full stack developer. I've worked in a lot of systems also in companies, in small companies, in big companies like Amazon, also co-founded startups. But at the moment, I found the most fulfilling to help you guys here on YouTube build mobile applications, build startups, build projects. So if you are a developer that are on your journey to become better, make sure to subscribe to the channel, because every Friday we're doing live builds like today's, and also we're providing a lot of other resources. And by the way, that's something quite alarming. Not sure if I'm gonna find it, but 98% of you guys, I know that as a fact, are actually not subscribed to the channel. 98% of people watching this video are not subscribed to the channel. So that's quite a huge number, and yeah, please make sure that the button is working, because I really doubt that it's working. There should be some kind of a bug that prevents you from subscribing. But yeah, give it a try. It's free and you can do it right now. So hello everyone in the chat. Are you ready for today? Let me know where are you joining today from. And while you're saying hello in the chat, I think we can already get started and initialize our application. Here on the site, I have a bit of a sneak peek of what we're gonna build today. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. We're gonna be able to navigate, and also we're gonna implement other screens as well. So in order to get started, we're gonna initialize and we're gonna create our React Native application using Expo. So for that, all you need to have on your system is Node, Node.js, and NPM. Having that, that's literally everything that is a must, and that will allow us to run npx create expo app to create our Expo application. You can optionally give them at latest here to make sure that you're using the latest version. And let's give our application a name, for example, Twitter, and do a -- template. in order to start from a template, not to start with a blank project. The template that we're going to use is the navigation TypeScript, and this contains a couple of screens and also TypeScript and also the Expo router. And I specifically want to start with this one in order to save us some time, in order not to have to install and set up Expo router. And yeah, this is going to save us a couple of like 20-40 minutes to set everything up, and it's going to be easier for us to get started. So let's wait until it downloads and extracts the project files, and then we're going to be able to run our application. Let's close this one. Hello, Gigi from London. How are you doing? We met with Gigi previous week, if I'm not mistaken. He's our new student at Academy, at notJust.Academy. And I'm really excited because he has a startup and he's learning this in order to build the application that we want to start. And it's really nice to see that, yeah, like there is a meaning behind like why we're learning coding, because that's the whole concept of notJust development, is to not just be a developer, is to be a developer in order to solve problems, in order to do something bigger than just coding. Because yeah, like a lot of people can code, a lot of people can build applications. What's harder is to solve problems, is to build businesses around your code, around your applications. And that's really impressive. And by the way, if you're interested in getting your skills as an app developer to the next level and learn both front-end developer with React Native and back-end development with AWS Amplify, make sure to check our premium program at academy.notjust.dev. We have here a very in-depth kind of bootcamp that will take you by hand from start to finish, and you're gonna learn the full life cycle of building mobile applications, including UI, backend, deploying it to market, setting an automated CI/CD pipeline that will build everything for you, will deploy it to market, and a lot of other more in-depth features like a feed system, recommendation one, and so on. So yeah, if you finished a couple of projects that we have on our YouTube channel and you are ready to get to the next level, then definitely check it out. You can find the link in the description below. And with that being said, our project has finished initializing, and the next step is to open it in our editor of choice. I'm going to open it in with Visual Studio Code. You can simply open Visual Studio Code and choose open here, find it on your system and open that project. And before we jump into the files and folder structure, I would like to start this project to see what do we have here. So let's open a terminal. You can do that from the top, terminal, new terminal. And here, let's go ahead and do npm start. This will start our development server from where we will be able to run our application on multiple devices. For example, the easiest way to run the application on a device without having to install like any simulators is using a physical device, and you can download the Expo Go application from market. It's available both on App Store and Play Store. Or if you actually have a simulator or an emulator, I'm gonna go ahead and open them there, just for you to see it here on the screen. But with a physical device, it will work perfectly fine. So here the application is loading. London, Pakistan, Kansas, USA, Chicago, hello guys, India, Angola, Ghana. Yes, Expo router, watched your video 30 times, finally got the hang of it. The more you will use it, the easier it will be, but yeah, let me know how was your experience with it, because I think that it's really much more easy, it's much easier to set up this navigation system with Expo router in comparison with having to do everything yourself. But yeah, like you need to, it's a completely different model, so you need to understand it and then like, okay, I get it. So here we have our application. From the screens that we have a bottom tab navigation with two screens, tab 1 and tab 2. And on the tab 1 here on the top, we can open a model. So this is the default template that we have. So let's open a couple of files and I'm going to show you some of the things that we can find here. But at the same time, if this is the first time you're working with Expo Router, don't get scared of everything that is here, because most of this is like optional and you're gonna understand them as you move along. So the way Expo Router is working in a couple of minutes, is Expo Router is a file-based navigation system. And what does that mean? That means that we create files and folders in our source code, and Expo Router automatically creates and manages screens for us. So all our screens live in the app directory. So here we can see already the model, for example. This is the component responsible for our model here. And if you're gonna change here from model to hello world, you will right away see the title here change. Perfect. We also have a folder here, tabs, and in the folder tabs we have two files, index and 2.tsx. The index is the tab 1, and it's not called 1 because it's the default route in this folder, in the tabs folder, so that's why it's indexed to have it displayed by default. And the 2 tab is the other one. So as I was saying, by simply creating files in Expo Router, we create screens in our application. So to demonstrate that, I will simply duplicate the file 2, and if I copy it, right away we see the third tab here. And again, if I'm gonna do it again, we see another one here. So it's that simple. Like, we don't have to set up containers, navigation, screens, and so on. We just create files, and then Expo Router creates and sets up our screens. And the cool part is that behind the scenes, Expo Router is using React Navigation. So a lot of the configuration that you already remember from React Navigation, you're going to be able to use here and provide complete, flexible, and navigation systems and properties. For that, we're gonna probably talk a little bit more later, not to confuse you right from the beginning. But yeah, that's why we have this underscore layout. I'm not gonna get into that at the moment. As I said, like, we're gonna get there by the end of this video, and I'm gonna explain like what's this underscore layout as well. Another important folder that we have here is our components folder, and here is where we will store and keep our reusable components like buttons, inputs, even like whole tweets, and most of the things. These are the two folders that we're gonna use mostly today: the app, components, and also maybe assets to provide some data there. Actually, let's go ahead and add some assets, because right away we're gonna start working with real data, not with real data, with dummy data, and I have prepared the dummy data for you, so you don't have to write anything. Right away your application will display nice data on the UI as we will start developing that. But yeah, for that you can download the asset bundle. You can find it in the description below, of course, or at assets.notjust.dev/Twitter-clone. And let me also open it here to grab some of the dummy data. So here, after you download and unzip, you're gonna have a presentation, and also we will have assets. From the assets, let's go ahead and grab the data folder and drag and drop it in our project here in the assets. So under assets, we have data, and here we have some predefined data for some tweets that we will need in a moment. So do that right now, and then we can get started. You don't have to do this, but I'm gonna push everything just for us to have like a step-by-step guide later. The source code I'm gonna provide later in the description, so if you're watching this afterwards, you're gonna see it there. All right, so let's really, Gigi is saying the Academy is great. Thank you very much, Gigi. Thank you, I appreciate that. From Bolivia, Nigeria. Hello, guys. What is your native language? My native language is Romanian. Anyone from Romania or Moldova here? I struggled with nested stacks inside my tab bar items. Hold on till a bit later in this video, and I'm gonna try to showcase that use case, because it's quite a common use case, and yeah, I understand why it might be a bit confusing, but it's quite easy to get it. Can you please tell me which VS Code theme and icons you are using? We have a video on the channel, my VS Code, like 10 VS Code extensions that I'm using, so double check that one, because we have to get started and implement our applications. So, all right, so everything on Twitter starts with a home screen, and here is where we see a list of tweets. In React Native, I always recommend to think in components, in building blocks, because that's going to be easier to, first of all, develop them, because it's going to be much more easier to digest and to understand like how one small thing is working or is rendered, rather than thinking in big like screens like, oh, how do I do all of this? And also it's going to help you structure your project in smaller reusable components. So on this screen, if we're thinking like, okay, what's one main component from this screen? Well, it's of course the tweet component that renders one tweet from one person. If we look at this, here we can see it. So what do we have here? Well, we have some the image on the left, and on the right we have a main container with the tweet details. It displays the username, some text, an optional image, and on the bottom some buttons here. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and start rendering something until we get to something like this. So let's go ahead, and where we're gonna do that? We're gonna do that, let's open up tabs and index.tsx, because this is the file that represents our tab 1 screen here, and it's going to be like our default screen that we see. We're going to work a bit here, and then I'm going to show you how we can extract into its own place. But for now, yeah, let me close it. For now, let's go ahead and delete everything inside this view to clean everything up, and from the styles as well, I'm going to delete everything except the container. Here we can delete this import, and probably we will need the text. All right, so now we have a quite simple blank space to start working with. We need some data, or should I show you? No, yeah, let's start right away with data. We need some data, and the data we imported in our assets data tweets. So let's go ahead and import one of these tweets in order to have like what to work with. For that, in our tabs index.tsx, I'm going to import tweets from relative path to the assets data tweets. Now, because that tweet is an array of multiple tweets, let's go ahead and grab the first one. So tweets at position 0, like that. Okay, now, wait, if I do it in multiple lines, I need to have like these ones, the brackets. Oh, come on. Now, inside our container, let's go ahead and start display a simple text. To display text in React Native, we have a text component that is imported from React Native. And this text component here, we can specify the text that we want to render on the screen. Now, the text that we want to render on the screen should come from this tweets.content. This is the content that we have to render. So to do that, you might think that it's tweets.content and that will render it on the screen. But that's not actually true, because it will literally write this on our display. To render a variable inside our text component, we need to wrap it inside curly brackets like this. And that's how we access information. That's how we access variables in our JSX. And this is our JSX of our component. Tweet, not tweets, but tweet.content. And right away we see the text that is coming from our dummy data. Perfect. The next step is, of course, user image. To render an image, we're going to import from React Native image. And let's go ahead and render it before our content. So image as a self-closing tag, because we don't need to provide anything inside. We will provide the URL of the image using properties, and the property that we have to specify is the source. And the source, if we look at our data, the user image should come from the tweet.user.image. This is the URL to a publicly available image. So let's go ahead and write tweet.user.image. All right, nothing is happening. We don't see anything because we didn't provide some styles. And if we don't provide the width, for example, 50 and height 50, we will not see anything. But now that we provided it, we see the image. And the thing is that it looks that this image is round, but if I take the second tweet, the image is actually square. So in order to round it up, we can use the border radius property and provide a value more than half of our height and width, and that will round this image up as we want it. This is inline styling, and it's not really recommended to write inline styles. It's as a best practice, we would like to keep the structure, which is represented by our JSX, and the styles that is responsible for how things should look, to keep them separate. So let's go ahead and add a new property here in our styles called image, or user image. And for the values, I'm going to provide this width, height, and so on. Now, here in this style, we don't send the object, but we send a reference to our styles.userImage. And just like that, we have back our styles, but now they are separated. Okay, we're gonna handle like the alignment in a moment. But yeah, let's go ahead and do the alignment right now. By default, inside the container, inside the view, all the children are displayed on top of each other as, like on top of each other as separate rows. If we want to change that direction of how items inside the container are rendered, we need to provide to the container style, which in this case is container, the flex direction property, and we can choose a row, for example. This will make sure to render the children in the same row. And in this case, we have image and text as the children, so that's why it looks as we wanted it. Now, the next step is actually to render the name of the user. The name of the user should be on top of the content. So let's go ahead and render another text box here with that tweet .user.name. Guys, I'm gonna come back to the questions in the live chat in a second. Let me keep a bit of a focus to finish this component, and then we can handle the questions. But keep them coming. Write the questions. I'm gonna try to answer all of them. So we provided another text box here with a name. we're expecting the name to be displayed on top of a content. But the problem at the moment is that we just see 3 columns: image, name, and then content. That's because all of these 3 children are inside our container, are the direct children of a container, and because we have flex direction row, all of them will be displayed in the same row. If we want to display these 2 text boxes as the flex direction column, we can put them inside another container. So let's wrap them inside another view. Let's put these 2 text boxes here. And without any styles, it will work and it will look as we want it, because by default, the view, as I said, has a flex direction column. However, we can probably give some styles here. Styles.main container. And let's do it like here. Because why? Why do I wanted this main container? Maybe to add some padding or something like that. Yeah, let's separate the image with the main container by adding margin left. Five. Will it be enough? Maybe 10. Perfect. Now, for the name of a user, we can of course provide here styles.name, and styling a text, we can specify, for example, name. We have the ability to change the font weight, and if we want to display it with bold, we can do that here. Or you can provide values from 100, 200, 300, all the way to 700, where 500 is something in between bold and normal. So I'm gonna go with 600 probably. Perfect. The content should probably also will need some specific styles. Here, content, let me go with tweet 0, and the content here will, we have a possibility to increase the line height in order to make the text more readable. And this is especially useful when we have a lot of text. Something like this, and maybe some margin on the top to separate it from the name like this. Okay, the problem with the other tweet that we're rendering here is that things are going outside the screen. Why is that happening? Well, this is happening because we did not specify how do we want, what width do we want our containers to have. And because we didn't do that, it will try to expand to fit the children inside it. So the problem is actually coming from this main container, because it doesn't know like, okay, how much space do I have? It will, if there is a lot of content, it will expand to make sure that there is enough space for the content. One way to fix this is with a flex1 property on the main container. And what that will do, it will say like, take all the available space that is inside our parent container, but no more than that. Like basically expand full screen, but not like stay there, like don't go overboard. And because, yeah, we have an image which has a fixed width, the rest is given to the main container. Yeah, let's add some padding to our main tweet container, like padding 10, to add some spacing around the tweet itself, and I think that's looking good. Actually, to separate tweets from each other, there is this border bottom width. We can specify 1 and border border color, I don't know, light gray. And I don't see it, but if I add a background color red to this one to see how large is this container, okay, we see that this container is full screen. So it's full screen because it has a flex 1 when it doesn't have to have a flex 1. Yes. And I think it doesn't even need align and justify content here. Yes. And we can safely say background color red like this. Okay, so now there is that border bottom with a light gray color, but I think 1 is too much. So you can specify even 0.5, or the best way is to specify a style sheet dot hairline width, and this is the smallest value that a border can be. And it's like really subtle, but it will help us differentiate between two tweets when we will display more of them on the screen. Okay, perfect. So before continuing and adding more content on this component, what I want to do now is I want to go ahead and show you how we can extract this one into its own separate place, into its own separate file. Because as I was saying, in React Native, we should think in terms of components, into reusable components. And one of these tweet is a perfect example of a reusable component because, first of all, if we look at the home screen, what we see on the home screen is the same component rendered multiple times with different data. So that's exactly what we have to do here. We have to define a separate component called tweet, and we will be able to reuse it across our application, on the home screen, in the search, on the profile screen, and in other places. To do that, we need a separate file for this. We will not create that file in our application because application is only for our screens, but for our components, we have a separate folder in our project here called component. So let's go ahead and create a new file, tweet.tsx, and I'm gonna show you, actually I'm gonna write it together with you to show how basically what makes a custom component. Custom component is a simple JavaScript function. So we can define it with an arrow function or with a function keyword. For example, tweet is equal to a function. Here is the function. And what makes it a component is the fact that it returns some JSX. So here is the JSX, for example, view, text, and so on. Let's go ahead and copy the JSX from here. Copy everything in our tweet. And we will have to make sure to import. Let's import it like this. Import without copying, because we will change a bit the path. We'll import a view and a text from, there is this themed folder that, well, let's go ahead and actually import it from React Native. I don't want to get into the themed and what's that and so on. And besides view text from React Native, we also have that image and the style sheet. And the style sheet, we will need it in order to define the styles on the bottom. Well, we can go to the index.tsx and grab the styles from here. They will be helpful in our tweet component. And that's also the benefit, like we keep all the code like separated and together here. And also probably the import of a tweet. So let's go ahead and import tweets from assets, and the tweet itself is going to be tweets at position 0. I'm going to show you in a moment how we can get the data here, but for now, the last step in this file to be able to use this custom component is to export our component. And to do that, I will go ahead at the end of a file and say export default tweet. Just like that. Now, because we exported it here, we can go ahead in our index.tsx and do import tweet from components. And with this here, I can simply render here a tweet component as we would render some other components that we saw before, like image, text, view, and other default ones that are coming from React Native. And right away we see on the screen the tweet, and I can do more of them. But if you have to do more of them, you'll have to encapsulate them into a component, even if it's an empty one, like it should be, the root one should be one single child. So just by duplicating this one, we can render more of them on the screen. Let's go ahead and clean up a bit, because here in index.tsx, we no longer need like all of these styles. I'm going to leave a styles object here as empty object because maybe later we will need it, but for now we don't. Yeah, the image we don't need here. The text and view also we don't need here, and the tweet we also don't, or no, let's leave a tweet here. I'm just gonna replace a bit, change a bit the order. Now I don't understand why they are not with a background white. So let's go ahead and tweet.tsx, and for this container, let's specify that it should have a background color white. Perfect. Looks good. If you want the whole page to be white, we can create here a view with a styles page, and provide here the page with a background color white. And if it still doesn't work, come on, view should be imported from React Native, of course. And if it still doesn't work, let's make this page flex 1 to expand on the whole screen. Yes, like that. And now the whole page is white. Perfect. So this is the first step to start using custom components. We created a new file for it in our components folder. There, we created a simple JavaScript function. We made sure to export it at the end. Inside the JavaScript function, we are returning some JSX, some components that we want to render. And in some other places in our application, we simply import this component, and we are rendering it the same way as you would work with a view, an image, a text, or other custom, default components that you take from React Native. That's the first step. The next step, the next problem actually is, okay, but the thing is that if we cannot send like some data to this component, it's quite useless because all of them are rendering the same data. We need to be able to somehow pass from our page component down to our tweet some data, some tweets. How do we do that? Well, the same way as a view has these properties, for example, style, or the image has source, and so on, the same way we can send some custom properties to our custom components. The name, it's up to us to decide what name. So I'm gonna call it a tweet. Is it like this called? I think so, tweet. And here we need to provide the data, like what we want to send as a tweet. Okay, let's actually send tweets at position 0. For the second one, let's send tweets at position 1, and third one, tweets at position 2. And we don't need this one anymore. Okay, we are sending this property to our custom component. Let's go to our component and see how we can receive it on this end. We receive properties as the first argument of our function. And let's call these arguments props, because that's what they are, props. And you can go ahead and console log the props. But instead of that, we can go ahead and take the tweet out of the props, props.tweet. And it's props.tweet because that's how we called it here, tweet. So just like that, we see already different data on our screen. And we don't need any more of this tweets import and this tweet. So let's remove these two lines on the top. And to simplify this line, instead of taking the variables props, we can right away destructure specific properties that we want from there without having to write props and then take it out of there. So here we are destructuring the tweet property from the object of all the properties that we send there. And here, if we're gonna send more of them, I don't know, like a equal a, we will be able to destructure it here as a, because that's the name of it here, and render it, I don't know, somewhere here, like this. And we see that for the first one, it has the value a, and if we change it, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, it's changed there. So that's how we send data from upper component to the child component, from a parent component to a child component. What this allows us to do, this allows us to dynamically render a list of tweets based on all the tweets that we have in our array. Instead of manually copying this tweet at position 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, so on, we have to dynamically render all of them that we have in this array, and we can have quite a few of them. To do that, we have a component called FlatList in React Native that helps us render lists of data. So to work with a FlatList, let's go ahead and I'm going to remove all of them, and one of them I'm going to comment out because we will need it in a moment. Let's go ahead and render the FlatList. It's a self-closing tag, and it requires it has two required properties. One of them is the data, and this is the array of items that we want to render. In our case, that's tweets. And having an array of items, we also need to specify how each item in that array should be rendered. That's why we have to also pass there a random item function. So it's a function that will receive the specific item that we want to render at that time and should return a component, some JSX that will render for that item. So what should we render for every tweet item, for every data here, for every piece of data here? We need to render one tweet component. So that's why we have tweet. And we need to pass here a property called tweet. What's the data? The data is going to be this item, because FlatList will loop one by one, and for every item in our array, we'll call this render function, will send us the item. Make sure to destructure it like this, so pay attention to the structure. And for every item, what we do is we render a tweet component. And I can remove this comment. And just like that, we have a scrollable list of tweets here in our application. That's it. That's how easy it is to render components, to render scrollable items, and so on. But we are definitely not done, because there is still quite a lot of things that I want to add to these components to make them look really like Twitter. So we're going good, 45 minutes, and we already covered a lot of things. We started a new React Native application using Expo. We covered the structure of an Expo application, specifically with an Expo router application. We also started to render some things on our in our application. We took everything into separate components. We learned about props. We also learned how to render lists. So yeah, we're having good progress, and we are just getting started. Let me have a quick look in the chat, but before that, I want to do a git add, git commit, git add, git commit, and here we have our the basic tweet component and the list of tweets. Guys, give me just 1 second and I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna bring some water. All right, so let me see. Okay, we have a lot of comments here. And one of the comments is why TypeScript instead of JavaScript? Well, that's a very good one. And we are using TypeScript in order to provide type safety to our applications. So if you're new to this, TypeScript is nothing new. It's a superset of JavaScript that allows us to specify the types of the data that we expect. And when you're building projects, especially when you're building big projects, in order to make them scalable, in order to prevent bugs for appearing because of inconsistent types, which is a problem that you encounter a lot of times. In that case, it's recommended to use TypeScript in your application. As you see, so far we have never created any types, we have never specified any types, and our application is still working fine. So if you are afraid of TypeScript at this moment, you can continue ignoring the types for now. And also, like if you're at the beginning of a journey of your coding and also React Native, then it's okay to skip these types. But if you are ready to get to the next level, then let's go ahead and I'm going to show you, based on this component, how we can specify the types and how we can get rid of this red squiggly thing that's saying that element tweet has implicit any type. What does that mean? That means that we did not specify what is the type of a props. Basically, what props do we expect for our tweet component? To specify the type, we need to, first of all, define that type with a type keyword. Let's call it tweet props equal with this type. So what data do we expect here? Well, we expect a tweet that is of a type, I don't know, it's of a tweet type, let's say. This is another type that we have to define, because yeah, I actually started right away with nesting like multiple types, and I did not show you how we can specify primitives. But I'm going to show you primitives in a moment. I just want to show you how we can specify that, hey, this tweet should have these props. This component should have these props. To do that, we specify to because this is our props object, we specify, hey, these props should be of a type tweet props. Double dots, tweet props. Now the red error thing disappeared from here, but now it appeared whenever we are calling, like for example, tweet.content, saying that content does not exist on a tweet type. Because we did not specify that a tweet type can have content. So let's say that content should be of a type string. Now, if I look here, we right away see that the content is of type string. And another benefit of TypeScript is going to be IntelliSense. So whenever you're going to write tweet dot, it's right away going to show you all the properties that are available for that tweet, and you're not going to make mistakes in this way. In the same way as you are doing the content, we should do, for example, the user. And the user is of what type? Well, it's of a user type. And in this case, we have to define here the type of our user that has what? We need equal sign. That has an image, name, and so on. Well, we can look at the data and actually see a user has ID, username, name, and image. So let's go ahead and define ID, which is a string, name is a string, username is a string, and image is a string. And right away, we fixed most of the problems here with TypeScript. The only one is this with source, because it's a new property and it's a new way to provide the source of an image. If you want to specify that one of these fields, for example, if the image is optional for our user, if users can choose not to have an image, then we can add a question mark here. And in that case, it will the image will be a, as we can see here, string or undefined, meaning it's an optional field. So we should not rely that this property exists. And TypeScript will prevent things like doing, I don't know, console log. Usually how it happens, a very common problem is going to be tweet.user.image dot, I don't know, to lowercase or something like that. And if you're just calling this function on our string, expecting that the user will have an image, and yeah, you're testing on your machine, like everything is working fine, you're deploying your code to production, and all of a sudden one user decides not to upload an image and your application crashes. Why? Because user.image is not a string, and I'm going to show you exactly that. If, for example, this user will decide not to have an image, at the moment we see a red screen saying cannot read property to lowercase of undefined, but in production that's gonna crash completely your application. So without TypeScript, if we would use simply JavaScript, you would not see this problem. With TypeScript, we writing this right away, we see that, hey, the image is possibly undefined. So make sure to do something about it. For example, adding the question mark and optionally chaining this function call. And what this question mark dot does is, well, if image is defined, if image in this case is a string, then call to lowercase. Otherwise, don't even go there, and that will prevent the error. And yeah, our application is back to how it was working before. So that's, in a nutshell, that's the benefit of TypeScript. It prevents things like this to go in production. It prevents things like this to ever happen. And it helps you to write like scalable and type-safe code. So yeah, it's not that complicated. It takes a little bit more time in development to specify these types. But in long run, it's very beneficial, and it will save a lot of debugging time. One thing that I want to do right now, I want to extract the tweet type and the user type into a separate file, because these are more general types that are not necessarily related to a tweet, but in general, like to the whole application. Because maybe in other parts of application, we will also need them. So I'm gonna copy them from here. We can create a new folder in our root directory called types. And let's go ahead and define the index.ts. I'm gonna paste the types here, and I also can do I should do export type, and here export type. Back in our tweet, in order to have this tweet type, we need to import tweet type from this component, from types. Now everything is working. It's advisable to keep the type of the properties alongside with a component, because it's really easy to see like what data we can expect here. So in this case, we only have a tweet. And if you would like to say like destructure another property A, it will right away say like A is the property A does not exist on type tweet props. And we're gonna look, okay, tweet props is here, A is not here. Do we expect it? If yes, let's add it. If not, it's a mistake. We don't have to destructure it from here. And with the, if we are still on this one, let me go ahead and define the rest of the properties from this tweet type. For example, it has an ID of type string. What else it has? It has content, it has user. It has a property here called created at, which represents when this post was uploaded. Created at. It might have an image, so let's add an optional property image. What else? What else? And also I have some things like number of comments, number of retweets, number of likes, and number of impressions, or impressions. Where is it? Here. So I'm gonna copy this to our types and specify that they should be number, and number. And I think all of them can safely be optional, because if it's a new post, it might not have like comments, likes, and tweets, impressions. So I'm gonna say that it's optional. So with that being said, we have properly defined the tweet type based on our dummy data here. And now, yeah, our application is working properly with type save. So let's go ahead and add everything here. Thank you very much for asking me that question, and I hope in a very short time I managed to show you the value of TypeScript and how we can use it as the basic minimum in your application to define the types of properties and of very important entities in your application, like tweets, users, and other data that you might have. Okay, perfect. And what I was doing, I was looking for some of the comments. Mobin, thank you very much. Let me scroll up a bit. And after all of these benefits, of course, I see a comment in the chat. Please use JavaScript in React Native. Can you please give me some reasons and why should I do that? And again, I understand, like, I'm not saying that the only way to write React Native application is to use TypeScript. It's perfectly fine to stay with JavaScript as long as you're learning React Native. But at one point when you feel comfortable with React Native, going like that one extra step and get used and get comfortable with working with TypeScript will put you on a new level. So don't be afraid of TypeScript, please. And you're gonna thank me later. Vadim, what are you currently using to develop, like hardware, MacBook Pro? No, I am using the Mac Studio. I was using a MacBook Pro, but quite an old one, but it was getting quite slow when doing this live stream. But with Mac Studio, like everything is flying. Javed Ali. Where is your first one? For Javed is asking for large data FlatList render slowly. Shouldn't we use FlatList? Yes, that's also one great advice what you can do, but I'm not gonna confuse everyone like with one extra external dependency. In this project, like I'm gonna keep it simple with FlatList, we have like one video coming soon related FlatList. So if you know about FlatList, that's perfectly fine. Go ahead and use it. Change the src to source in the user image. Yeah, like here, TypeScript is saying that the source is not available, but this is a new property, and I'm not sure like why it's not typed yet, because the old way, I mean not the old way, like the previous way you would give the source here was using the source and here an object, then URI, and then tweet.user.image. So that was that it's still working, like it's still perfectly fine. However, recently React Native introduced the src property, which just received a string as a URL, and this is to be more in line with how web development is happening and to allow easier cross-platform support for image component. So that's why I'm using source, because it's much easier. You don't need to provide an object, you just send there the URL. It's in line with web development, but for some reason, like it says that, yeah, like it's not there, but it works as we can see. So probably some problems with types that might be fixed in the new versions of React Native. Akash, hello, thank you very much. Guys, also make sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here. It's literally free, and I think there should be a bug with that button. And tell me if it works or not for you. It's a bit confusing for me. Will you create another page for each tweet? Exactly. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that quite shortly because, and I'm gonna show you how we can create separate pages, how we can navigate from one to another. But before we do that, even though like it already looks good, and I think most of the creators out there that are doing tutorials, they would stop here because yeah, like it kind of looks like Twitter, but it doesn't look like Twitter. Like let's not fool ourselves. And I always wanted to go as much in depth as possible. Probably that's why my live streams are usually 4 hours. But it seems that you guys love when we go in depth and implement a lot of things there. So let's go ahead and try to get closer to how Twitter looks, specifically by adding the ability to, first of all, render images in our tweets. So yeah, images, then to display them, these ones, the usernames, and some to work with some icons, and most importantly the footer with all these buttons. So for the image, let's start with rendering images inside tweets. For that, what we have to do is we're gonna go ahead, and we already know how to work with images. We know that our tweet, if we look in the tweet type, it has an image property. So let's go ahead and render the image of the tweet. So tweet.image. Okay, we will not see anything because we need to provide some styles. Styles.image. Let's go ahead and define the styles here for the image. and how should it be rendered? I want to display it full width of the container that it is inside, and the container inside is this content container. So if I provide width 100%, it's going to be full width. And for the height, you can provide either a constant height, like, I don't know, 200, and right away we see something. Or you can work with dynamic heights by specifying the aspect ratio. And I think this is a better approach because it will, as the screen changes in dimensions, our aspect ratio of the image will be kept the same. So this will provide us with responsiveness to this image. So what should be the aspect ratio? Like if it's 1, it's going to be a square. I'm going to do probably like a full HD, like, I don't know, like the 16/9. So 16/9. Yeah, I think that's good. I think we can keep it this aspect ratio. What else? Let's add some margin on the top to add some spacing between the text and the image. And let's add the border radius to make the corner round like this. Perfect. It looks good. Okay, so tweets that have an image, they are rendered perfectly fine. Tweets that do not have an image, they are rendering this empty box at the bottom that is supposed to be the image. But because we see in our types that our image is optional, so should we render the image component. We should optionally render it, not always. So here we get into conditional rendering, and how can we render or not render something on the screen based on a condition. To do that, we're going to take advantage of the curly brackets that allows us to write JavaScript expressions. And we're going to write the expression using, basically we're going to say tweet.image. If this is true, with AND operator, we're going to render the image itself. So this works thanks to how JavaScript is managing the AND operator. Because if the first part, the left side of the AND operator, is a falsy value, basically if image is undefined, then JavaScript optimizes this expression and completely ignores the second part because it knows that false and any value is going to be equal to false. So why should we look into the right side if we already know that the answer is false? So that's why it will skip and not render it. However, if this is true, it will go and execute the second part, the right side of the AND operator, to see like, okay, the first part is true, let's see if the second one is also true. And what it does, it simply returns the image, and that's why it's rendered on the screen. So you would see a lot of times this. You can also work with if statements if you keep it in a variable here. But if you master this conditional rendering with AND operators and also with OR operators, then it's going to be much easier. And yeah, like you're going to see a lot of these expressions in projects. And right away we see that tweets that have an image, they're rendering it, that tweets that do not have one, they don't even display that empty box that we saw before. Perfect. So that's how we render. That's how we render conditional images. So Catalina is asking, does the subscribe button work for you guys? I don't know. For me, it's not working. Like I'm pressing it and it doesn't work. Let me know. Let me know. So for pixels, they said it's working. So I don't know. Maybe it's something related to our computer. But yeah, let's move on with the next step. And as I was saying, the next one is I also want to render the username of the person. near where we are rendering the name. So if I go ahead and after the name, I copy paste it one more time and render the username. What else should be there? And also like a dot and the time when it was posted. So we can go ahead and render the, I'm gonna render the created at is not yet structure, so I can do, I don't know, 2 hours ago. And for the dot, you can go ahead and simply search on Google dot in the middle symbol and copy it somewhere from here. And it's a simple character that we can put here and it will render a dot in the middle. Easy trick. Okay. Yeah, the problem is that now they are all rendered in the same, basically on top of each other, but we want them to be rendered in the same row. So let's put them in a view, put all the text here. And this view, I can provide a simple inline style saying flex direction row. Okay. Now, for the username and these hours, it's going to be a different kind of styles. So name, let's do username. And I'm going to do that for both. Well, why do I have to put them in separate texts? I don't know. I can put them actually in the same text box like this and only have one style for this username. And it will still look the way I want it. Yes. So below the name, let's style the username because I want the simply to display it with a gray color like this. And maybe provide some spacing between the name with a margin to the right or to the left. Maybe to the left. 5. Yeah. That's something that I was looking for. Okay. One more thing is on Twitter on the right there is this 3 dots icon, and to work with icons in Expo in React Native, basically this template that we are using comes pre-installed with Expo vector icons. So we can search Expo vector icons on Google and open this link, the first one that you see. And here is a very huge directory of icons and icon families that you can search from. So if I look at the 3 dots, we see here in typo dots and we can open it. And it right away shows us how we can import this icon family set. Let's go ahead and import it here. And how we can render it. And we're going to render it here after this text. Okay, right away we see the 3 dots. I think we'll have to decrease the size to 16 and the color to gray. And in order to align it to the right, we can do that with a little trick by specifying that this icon should have margin on the left auto. And when you specify the margin auto, it will actually put maximum amount of margin and move it to the other side. So because we said margin left auto to the icon, it put everything here and moved the icon to the right side. I have to think when I say like right and left, because usually I never think when I specify like, hey, it's on the left or it's on the right. I just do it like randomly. And if a person is like, what? I'm like, okay, now I have to think, was it right or left? Okay, it's actually left, yeah. So whenever I say left and right, like take it with a grain of salt. I might like randomly say a word and hope that it's the correct one. That's how my brain tries to simplify and to do less work than it has to do. Why TypeScript? I explained that 15 minutes ago. So if you scroll a bit on YouTube back, I explained why we're using TypeScript. Hero is saying I'm unable to join the masterclass. I cannot get your name. What do you mean you're unable to join the masterclass? By the way, guys, if you want to follow a step-by-step masterclass, which is a 4 days free masterclass that we prepared for you, we have a link in the description below. You can sign up and you get access to the step-by-step masterclass that teaches you how to build a full-stack social media application like Facebook. So yeah, that's a 4 days masterclass. It's completely free and you can get access to it for free in the description below. We have a link there as well. Everything should be working. Like, we're gonna double check. Like, I'm not sure like what exactly is the problem for Hero. Me is asking if there is a way to pass the tweet data to the tweet page without using URL params. You are asking for, okay, in Expo router, right? I think it's possible. My mind goes to, yeah, like it's possible. We can, yeah. We are not limited only to the URL parameters when sending data to a URL. We can also send them using the params object as we were doing in React navigation. But for that, I will try not to confuse everyone else. We can, if you're gonna be here, please ask me this question: when we're gonna implement these features, probably in 10 or 20 minutes after we finish with our tweet component. Because the tweet component is very close to being finished. The only thing that I really want to implement is the bottom icons, which are actually buttons. So let's go ahead and implement them. Where will they be displayed? They will be displayed after the image, and let's go ahead and display them inside a view because we will have to render them in the same line. So I'm gonna call this view styles dot footer. So let's add here a comment footer, and right away I can say that the footer should be flex direction row. So I can simply put it here and forget about it. But yeah, what do we have here? Well, we will have 4 or 5 actually groups of buttons, and every group is composed of, let me actually look at the tweet. Every group is composed of an icon and a number, icon, number, icon, number. So that's why let's focus on rendering one of these group. So I'm gonna put a view here, and here we will have an icon and a number. So for the icon, let's go ahead and search for some icons, but actually I have prepared for you. So we're going to import from vector icons the evil icons. Probably I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but something like this. You see it on the screen. And I'm gonna try to use for all of these buttons the same icon class because it's gonna be easier for me in a moment to extract them to a separate component. So the name of the like button is, not the like, the first one should be comment. Comment, and the size something like 22, and the color should be gray. Okay, we see the icon here. I hope you can see it. For the number, we're gonna have a simple text that will render the number. So in this situation, like, I don't know, it can be 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and for this view, I'm gonna provide some style. What style? They should be in the same line. So flex, direction, row. This is one icon container. I can do it like this. Comment icon button. And it's all the way till here. It's in the row. For the text, we should decrease a bit the font size. It's too big. So font size 12. Yes, and because now it's smaller than the icon, we need to specify here that we want to align items in the center, to center them on the same horizontal line. It's not very visible, but if you increase this one to, I don't know, 220, without this align item center, the number is going to be on the top. So it's very subtle, but it's nice to have them centered. The text I think also should be with gray, so color gray. And yeah, I think it looks good like this. Well, I think for the footer, I'm gonna add some spacing. So for the footer, let's do margin vertical 5 to add margin on top and on the bottom for the footer. Yes. Should we add margin instead of top to the image, margin vertical as well? Because yeah, now we think it looks better. Okay, perfect. So we have one icon. So what we're gonna have to do in the next moment is to copy paste these 5 times for all of our icons there. Well, right away you will see that we did it 2 times and it's already a lot of code. So doing it 5 times is gonna make a mess in our component here. But hey, we learned today about thinking in smaller reusable components. And this is a perfect example of a reusable component because most of the things are the same except of the number and the name of the icon. So let's go ahead and on top here, define a const icon button, which is a functional component, which should return some JSX. What should it return? It will return this view, like basically the view with the styles like this one, that represents one button. Let's move it here. And what we can do now is we can, here in our footer, we can render icon button like this. And we can render it multiple times, like 4 or 5 times. Okay. Before we get into the data, the last thing that I want to do is for this footer, let's add the justify content to specify how do we want to position the elements inside this row of a footer. So how do we manage all the empty space available in this container? Do we want to put all the items at the start, which is by default, or at the end, like this, which will put them at the end? Or do we want to add the items, add the space between? And this will move them apart and add the space between each item equally. So that's exactly what we wanted. And now what I want to do is for this icon button, I want to specify that, hey, the icon button will have a name of the icon and also like what data does it need to render different things here. Well, it will need the icon name and the text that should render here. So for the icon name, I'm gonna give it here, but make sure to put it in square brackets for the icon. And for the text, as well here, text. Make sure to, before we move to the next step, to define the type for the icon, button, props. And you can pause the video and think like, try to define the types for the props yourself and assign it to the props of icon button. If you have done that, what we need is an icon which is of type string and a text of type also string. This text in some cases will not be available because for new items, for new tweets, there might not be any likes, for example, yet. Okay, that's the first step to define the type, but now we need to assign it to the properties of our icon button. To do that, with double dots here, we can provide icon button props. Okay, and let's go ahead and actually look at when we are using the icon buttons and we see that, hey, the icon button has a missing property icon. So TypeScript is already doing its job helping us understand like, hey, there might be a bug here. Like icon button expects an icon, which here is comment, but it didn't perceive anything. And the text will be, the text actually we have this data inside our tweets. So for example, number of comments, number of likes, number of retweets, and so on. So let's do text here, tweet dot number of comments. And okay, let's do all of them and I'm gonna explain a bit about that. So for the second one, let me see what we have there. Retweet, and here is number of retweets. This one is heart, and it's number of likes. Then it's impressions, so chart, impressions. And lastly, it's the share apple. And the share apple is just an icon, so it doesn't need any text here. Like this. Perfect. So as we can see, this text is saying that, well, our component is expecting a string there, because that's what we said, string. But we are sending here a number. So what's going on? We have mistypes for these properties. We can either do here, I don't know, to string, but it's or undefined, so wait. Oh, to string we should call it, and that will work. Or we can also specify that, hey, this text property inside our icon button can be either a string or a number. I want to keep also the possibility to render strings there in case when I want to say like, hey, there are a lot of likes, so we need to specify like number of likes, then millions, for example. So in that case, I want to keep it like this. I don't know. Maybe in future it's going to be helpful. So that's why we can specify, hey, it's either a string or a number. And everything is working perfectly fine here. On top, the problem here is that the variable that we are sending to the name of the evil icons is a normal string. But a normal string can be anything like hello world. And the problem here arises when we are trying to send any kind of a string to a list of icons that evil icons can have. For example, search, retweet, minus, plus, and 53 more. So instead of, yeah, like we're not going to have to specify all of them here, but we can actually say that, hey, this icon should be the same type of as the name property of the evil icons. How do we do that? Well, using the React dot component props. Here we have to specify the type of the component, so type of evil icons, And this will return us all the properties of the eval icons. But we need to get specifically the one with, which is called name. So in this case, now our icon will be all of these values, link, search, image, and so on. And it will also help us not make a mistake here, because if I do comments, it will tell us, hey, icon, there is no comments for eval icons. Maybe you made a mistake. So it works very well, like across multiple layers of our components, to make sure that we are using the data that is expected. So with that being said, I think we are good on the icons. Is it? Like, I really like them. If there is no, for example, impressions, what should we do? Should we not display anything or 0? I don't know. What you can do is here you can say like, hey, render the text impression, or if it's null, provide a default value with the OR operator, 0. So in this case, if there is no impression, it will render 0. If there is impression, it will render the actual impressions. Perfect. So with that being said, we are done with our tweet component. Git commit -m tweet component. Perfect. It was a good one. But yeah, like we handled a lot of things now. We learned how to work with a little bit more advanced user interfaces, how to put everything together with flexboxes, how to work with icons, again, with custom components and so on. I would even go one step ahead and extract our icon button component to a separate file, because it's recommended to keep one component per file. This is going to help you keep your files small and focused, because the tweet should be responsible for rendering a tweet. And let's create another file here, icon button.tsx. And from the tweet, let's copy the icon button here. Let's make sure to export default icon button. And when I extract things like this, what I like to do is I like to copy all the import statements to the new one. And from here, just delete the things that I don't need. For example, the tweet type and typo and image and style sheet. This code is helping me with this by highlighting what imports I'm not using. And now all of them are here. And from the tweet tsx, I can safely remove the icon button, because now I can actually import it from this directory, icon button, so from its separate file. In this way, we keep the tweet file responsible for rendering a tweet, and then the icon button responsible for rendering an icon button. Perfect. So let's do another git add, git commit here. Or let me amend. All right, so yes. So how are you doing, guys? Do you enjoy this so far? How did you remove it? VS Code debugger dot space? What do you mean? The dots that you have on the side for the debugger, the space, are you talking about that? And did you notice that? Or am I missing something? Will you be doing more builds in future using MongoDB? Sure. Like MongoDB is a great database, and I'm happy to explore and to diversify and to see what tools and technologies to use. Actually, guys, as you know, I'm always doing full stack applications, full stack builds. Today we are gonna finish the user interface, and we're not done yet. Like, we still have probably a couple of screens left to implement, like the details page of the tweet, like creating a new tweet. Maybe if you're gonna have some suggestions, and if I'm not gonna be super tired, maybe we can do even additional screens or things like that. So stay tuned till the end. But next week on Friday, we're gonna do the backend of this application. So let me know what technology should I use for the backend for next week. I can actually run a poll. Should we use AWS Amplify? Should we try something that a lot of people has been asking me, Firebase? Or should we do a custom notJS backend? I don't know, backend. Maybe some even alternatives like Supabase. I don't have a lot of experience with that one, but would love to see how it works. Or some other. PHP, yes, exactly. That's what I'm gonna do. So while you're voting, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna be back and we're gonna continue building this application.
Hey guys, don't forget to subscribe.
All right. Okay, so let's see. Oh, the battle is going between Firebase and custom Node.js backend. If we're gonna do Node.js, most probably we're gonna do MongoDB and host and GraphQL. That's a good one. API, REST API, Supabase, Firebase. Blog posting app using React Native in JavaScript. Specifically in JavaScript. If I do it in TypeScript, will you watch it? Tell me. Tell me. Why is it named 4-Day Mobile App Development Masterclass? We have created like this program which takes you step by step, and that's the best amount of time like that you need to implement that. And if I would give you like all the time that you need, you'll probably procrastinate until the last moment, and maybe you will never even watch it. But that build is providing a lot of value. So yeah, if you need a bit more time, like you can ask me and we can see what we can do. My pal Vikram, can you specify more details why Amplify is annoying? I'm really curious to see and understand. What specific parts of Amplify, or why do you think like that? How can I make my app responsive? Use Flexbox. Firebase. Wait. Oh, how to remove debugger dots, which is there before numbers. Oh, I didn't think that's how did you notice? What? That's crazy. So yeah, I was recording some shorts this week, and I basically added a couple of you can open with Command Shift or Control Shift P, and here write settings to open user settings JSON. And in this file you can write like the configuration for your VS Code. And here, like, this is my minimal configuration for shorts. And I have it like this, basically removing everything, just keeping only the code. No, like this. So the one that you are looking for is the glyph margin. So this one, if you do editor glyph margin false, it will remove this space between numbers that are basically for the debugger. I don't understand, how did you see that? Because yeah, like it saves a bit of the space here if you're not using the debugger. Okay. Firebase, yes, TypeScript. Thank you, Edward. Hey, Ahmed, thank you very much for the donation. And Ahmed is saying Firebase. Okay. So does it mean that I'm getting, how's it called? Bribed? Are you bribing me by any chance? Please do more. The team is going to be very thankful for that. All right. I would really love to stay more and talk with you guys here. But I think we will, but yeah, let's do some coding. Then again, we can talk a bit. And I feel that today we can stay for longer. Vadim, are you going to do a build with Sony? I recall someone posted a comment about the possibility. Yeah, we had a conversation with Sony about that. Are you watching his content, the Papa React? Let me know if you'd be interested in a collaboration. And also go spam his Twitter account, like, hey, do a collaboration with Vadim. What is the most scalable for all the available options? Well, like they are, you can make all of them scalable. Like I cannot tell a lot about Firebase and Supabase. When it comes to custom backends, here it's your responsibility as a developer to make it scalable. And actually, okay, let me do it another way. Like if you're working in a bigger team, it's the responsibility of a DevOps team to make the backend scalable, to properly use the techniques to make it scale, create new containers basically based on the load of application. So the more load, the easier it will be to scale and so on. So yeah, like it's another job to do that, to take care of the scalability. With AWS Amplify, what's good about that is that we get auto scaling by default. So most of the things that we like, there are no servers, it's serverless model. So all of the services that we are using there, like for the database, DynamoDB will scale to handle a couple of requests all the way to millions of requests per second. Like even like all the, like it's really, it's able to scale to meet a lot of demand very fast. The same with like storage, S3. Okay, that's obvious. It's scalable. The compute, Lambda functions will scale again like to any requirement. So the more you send there, like the more Lambda functions will execute. So a lot of these things are taken care for you, and it's much easier to meet the demand of scale without doing any crazy re-architecture of your application. So that's why I really love working with tools like Amplify. With Firebase, I think it will also scale automatically, like you get it by default, maybe up to some point. Like I'm not sure, like when you get to edge cases, like when you get like to really huge workloads, like there you can start comparing like the architecture behind the Firebase and the architecture behind Amplify, of AppSync, DynamoDB, and so on. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get back to all of this. We see custom backend is now winning, and all right. We can do more. I will probably post a similar poll on Twitter, so make sure to follow me there before we decide what we're gonna do. We've got the coffee here. Thank you, Alexandra, for that. And we can continue working. So what's the plan? Yeah, the next step is let's go ahead and create a separate page for a tweet. Because right now, like, yeah, we can scroll, but when we click on one of these tweets, nothing happens. Usually, what we should do is we should navigate to a different page that renders only one tweet. And that's also very important whenever we are sharing, for example, links to our applications. And this will allow me to also explain you a bit about Expo router and some of the benefits of the Expo router. So, as I was saying, because it's a new screen, we're gonna have to create a new file inside our app directory. Remember, Expo router is a file-based navigation system, so we create files in app directory, and Expo router automatically creates screens for us. So let's go ahead and create a file in the application directory. We don't want to create it in the tabs because that will add a new tab here. We don't want that. So that's why I'm going to create it in the application directory, file, and here. Okay. Let me think how to step by step show you like everything in order for you to create this mental model of how folders, files, dynamic routes are working. Let me start with a simple file tweet here. Tweet.jsx. This tweet.jsx I'm gonna generate real quick. Well, I don't need to do that. What we have to do is let's go export default tweet screen. And here it's a functional component. What should we return? Let's go ahead and simply return a tweet component. So it's here, tweet, perfect. The tweet has a required property. I called it GSX. All right, so I was one step ahead. I was like, okay, why TypeScript does not tell me that I have to send a tweet here? Because I made a mistake calling it GSX and not TSX. And if we have TSX, right away we see that, hey, tweet is missing a property tweet. So we have to provide here a tweet that we can, at the moment, let's go ahead and simply import tweets from our dummy data and render here the first one from that array. Cannot find name, export. I'm going to define it as a constant here. Actually, I think it would be better to create it as a function, as a normal function, not a functional component. So export default, default function, tweet screen, and here we have directly these ones and no arrow. I made it a normal function just because Evan Bacon told me that doing this will provide better debugging experience and will tell where is the error coming from. So, lesson learned. Okay, so we have a tweet screen that renders simply a tweet and it's somewhere there. How do we go there? We go there by linking there and by navigating to the /tweet. By navigating to the /tweet. So another concept to understand is the way we navigate between things. The folder structure that we define in our application defines the URL path that we will navigate to. So this way, navigation becomes very similar to how navigation works on the web. Because if, for example, If you have a simple static website where you have a folder with, I don't know, 3 files, home.html, profile.html, and something else, by going to your website /home, will actually load that file. So that was how it was working before for static applications, and we're all the way back to the same concepts nowadays, where by navigating to /tweets, it will try to go to the application, find a file with the tweets, and navigate to that route. Now, how do we actually navigate to this URL? To do that, we have a link component, and where we will need to navigate to this tweet whenever we will press on one of these containers for the tweet. So let's open components, tweet, and here, whenever we press on this view, we will want to navigate to the tweet. Before I show you how we do it on a view, again, I really like step-by-step explaining everything, how it works. The first thing is I want to show you how a normal link works. So first of all, let's import a link from Expo router. And now, where should I put it? I'll put it before the image. I don't know. It will look bad, but we're gonna fix it soon. So let's render a link. Inside the link is open, and the link expects a property href. If you're coming from web, this makes perfect sense because this is the URL that we want to navigate to, and is what an A component or an A tag is in HTML. So where do we want to render? Where do we want to redirect? To the /tweet. Now, if I press on this open, it will go to, oops, this screen doesn't exist. Why? Is it because, come on, B, where is B? App/tweet. Is it, should be lowercase? Let's see. Open, no, tweet. Let me try lowercase here. Open, no. What's going on? Why? Let's try to refresh the application. Most probably it will work. Yes. Refreshing the application updated our screens, and now we can actually, by pressing on the open, which is a link, we are redirected to the /tweet, and this /tweet will go ahead in our application, find this tweet, and open it here, basically. Navigate to that page. Okay. Next step. This is a simple textual link, right? It renders a text here. What we want to do is we want to encapsulate the whole component inside this link, and whenever we press on the component to navigate there. So you might think like, yeah, it's easy. We just put it here on top of the whole thing. We remove the open and we close the link at the end because we want the whole component to be clickable. Well, a lot of things changed because link by default renders the children inside a text component. If we want to avoid that, we can pass a as child property, and that will specify like, hey, use the child as the child of this link instead of rendering a text. So that's why I showed you how with text it works out of the box, because that's how it works. It renders a text component. If we put something else than a text, we need to provide as child here. Okay, fine. But if I press right now, nothing happens. Why? Because the link now will pass all the on-press events to the first child, because we have here as child, in order for the child to handle that, to pass back like the on-press event. The problem is that this child view does not have a on-press event. It does not have this on-press. That's why if we click on it, nothing happens. But what view has onPress events? Well, the simple pressable view, which is the same view but has this onPress event that we need. So let's replace the first view with a pressable. Make sure that where you're closing it here, it's also pressable. Save. And now if we press on this view, we are redirected to the tweet. So again, if we have a simple textual link, it's pretty simple. We just do link href, we provide the URL, and we don't even need that one, but yeah, we provide the URL to where we want to navigate, and we provide the text of that link. That's easy, but if we have to render some custom components as pressable links, we first have to encapsulate them with a link, then use the asChild property, and make sure that the child of a link has the onPress event. This can be a pressable. This can also be an image, because an image has no, it doesn't have onPress. The text has onPress event. The icons in typo, for example, also has onPress events. So icon will work out of a box as a child of the link. And yeah, if it was a view, replace it with a pressable, and now your whole component will be clickable. Oh, okay. Okay. This is a simple /tweet page, which is in the root of our folder, right? How does directories impact the URL? For example, instead of having tweet.tsx here, I'll actually want to have a folder called tweet, and inside it I'm gonna put the tweet.tsx. Move. Yes. Maybe to have different names, I'm gonna rename the file name to, I don't know, ABC. I'm very bad with thinking of names right now. And having this structure right now will, if I refresh, reload, unknown module 2. What happened here? Is it because of relative paths? No. The relative paths automatically updated. Oh, come on. I'm gonna restart the server. Catalina, if you put it in one message, I'm gonna pin it. Thank you. Let's reload it. Here we have it. So now if I'm gonna press, we see this screen doesn't exist because we are redirecting to the tweet, but the tweet is a directory. So directories become parts of our URL. So now if we want to render this page ABC, what we actually want to redirect to is to a tweet/ABC. If I save now and try again, now it works again. And at the top we see tweet/ABC. We're gonna see in a moment how to update that, but we're getting there, step by step, baby steps. Now, okay, directories become paths, becomes parts of our URL. Tweet.abc will go to the directory tweet and then find the file ABC. If you have the index, of course, if you have here index, you would be able to simply go here, because if it's a directory, it will try to load the index. But because it's not index, it's called ABC, we have to specify it here. The next step. Well, okay. One more thing to explain here, because we get into the dynamic links. However, if you still want to group some URLs together, but you don't want the folder name to become a part of a URL, in that case, you can put it inside round brackets. And this way you are grouping this into the directory ABC, but the tweet is not going to be added to the URL. So you can simply redirect to the ABC. And we see this we see the benefit of this, for example, in the tabs, and we see that it's with the brackets, because we don't want to add like tabs in the URL, but we still have to put them together because it's a tab navigation, but the rest will be like /index/2. So that's why we need this here, and it should work if I update it. Come on, no natives. Come on, go home. Why you're not working? Tweet. Sometimes I have to refresh it. Wait a second. You should be optional now. Because I've been explaining this to everyone and you're not actually optional. If I refresh, yes, you see, if I refresh, it's actually optional. And now if I add /tweet, I think it should not work. Yes, /tweet does not exist because tweet is a directory, but it's in the brackets, so that's why it's ignored in the URL. So I'm gonna go back. I just wanted to mention this one, like if you see these brackets around tabs, around folders, that means that when navigating there, you just skip that part and go directly to the children. So now, will I have to, if I went back, will I have to update, restart it again? Yeah, I think so. npm start. Why did I clear? Come on. Yep, let's start. And we are back to where we started, where we redirected tweet.abc. Okay, now the next step. So far we understand how the structure of our routes and the structure of our folders are mapped to screens. The next step is, okay, how do we send data? Because at the moment, if we look at this ABC, which should render a tweet, it takes a dummy tweet from our dummy data. But we want to send here, hey, this is a tweet with ID X, so render that one. Again, going back to how web is working, for example, if you go to Twitter, if you go to someone's profile, the URL becomes twitter.com/the username. So the data that represents who is this account, who is this account? Who is this account? What do I say? The data that represents, that identifies this page is exactly encapsulated in the URL. And that's the same with the URL. So we see that it's my username, then /status, then the ID of the tweet. So it renders the ID of the tweet, then their system like Twitter will go ahead, take this ID and query that data about this tweet based on the ID. So what I wanted to say here is that usually on web, identifiers of pages are directly in the URL. So if I want to render the tweet, let's open the tweet data from SS data. If I want to open the first tweet, what I actually want to do is to navigate to /tweet/t0. If I want to render the next one, it's going to be /11111. This is how it will look navigating there. But how do we capture this ID on our tweet page? To do that, we have to rename our file and put square brackets for the variable, for the dynamic variable path that we will have. Now you should name this variable the way you want it to be logical. Let's not keep it ABC, let's keep it the ID, because it specifies the ID of the tweet. With this being said, in your component, using the use search params from Expo router, you can get access to this ID. Const ID equal use search params, and I'm gonna do console warn ID. Let's see, if I press here, we see warning 11111. Why? Because in our tweet, that's where we are redirecting. If I redirect to the hello, if I'm gonna press, I see hello here. So that's how we dynamically send data to a path, to a screen. The only step is here to switch to a template string, and instead of sending here the dummy ID, let's send the actual tweet ID there, tweet.id. Now, if I'm gonna press on my tweet, it's gonna be T0. Second one is 111, then 222, and so on, the way I define those IDs. And that now allows us to go ahead and, instead of taking the first tweet, to later one query based on that ID, but now we can go tweets.find, and for every tweet, I will look where the ID is equal to the ID from the search params. And here I'm gonna send the tweet like this. Not tweets, but tweet. And it can be undefined, so we can check if we didn't find the tweet, then return a text saying tweet ID not found, and let's import the text from React Native. Import text from React Native. Now, if I'm gonna open this tweet, it will render my tweet. If I open the second one, it will render that one. So now we actually dynamically render, send data, basically send the ID of a tweet to the page of the details. Then in the details, we are using that ID to look for the specific tweet that we have to render. And that's how we have these dynamic URLs based on dynamic path variables. Do you have any questions while we're still here? Before we move to the next step. Is this super confusing or it's understandable? Because I try to do it step by step for you to understand like everything, like what's the normal brackets, why do we have directories, why, and yeah, like can anyone tell me why do I have the tweet directory here and I don't have like just the ID in the root directory there? Why did I put a directory tweet and here the ID? Tell me in the comments, guys. What do you think? Why do you think I structure it that way? A.me is asking, isn't it wasteful to query the API again with ID? The data is already there in the page before. The answer here is, in most of the cases, no. And in most of the cases, that's the best practice and that's how you are supposed to do. Because, why? Let me explain with a simple example. Well, in this scenario, the data that we have in the first screen is exactly the data that we're rendering in the detail screen. But in most of the cases, the detail screen displays more than just what we see in the list. So the list contains a subset of data that has to be on the details page. So for that reason, if you're simply relying on the data that you have on a screen with a list of data, if you rely on this data on the detail screen, which that's why we have a detail screen, to render more details, in that scenario, you might have problems, like you might not have all the data here. So that's why it's advisable to, when navigating between pages, to simply send IDs. And then on that page, and this also helps separate the concerns between pages, because the details page should be responsible for getting its own data. Another reason why, I'm going to show you in this moment. Another reason why is called deep linking. Let me quickly just find, how is it called, the package. Give me just 1 second to find a command that I want to show you. And you're going to understand perfectly why it's better to use IDs for that page and not send data. Pages should be independent. They should basically not depend on other parts of your application. So that's why. And if I go to the content, to the published, and there I think we have Expo router. Expo router, and here, come on, guide. Yes, should be somewhere here. If anyone remembers the package name that helps open deep links, it's, yes, I found it. So, real quick about deep linking. Usually, like on websites, we have URLs. So if you find a funny meme in a tweet, you copy the URL, you send it to your friend opens the URL, and Twitter doesn't throw him on the homepage. It actually displays that tweet because it's logical. That's how it works. In mobile, in cases of mobile applications, it's a bit more tricky to send links specifically to some parts of a content. So for example, instead, like usually how it works, like by default, if you send kind of a deep link to your application, if you press on that link, it will open the application on the home screen. But what we actually want to do with deep linking is, yes, if you're using Twitter application, you find a funny tweet, you copy the link, you send it to your friend presses, and you expect the phone of your friend to open that tweet application and automatically redirect to that page that renders the tweet. So that's in a nutshell what's deep linking and why we need it. To specifically link to parts of our application in order to easier share content. Before Expo router, it was quite a nightmare to set up the deep linking, and you had to manually set up deep links for every screen that you have. So it was quite a challenge. With Expo router, we get deep linking by default out of a box. And if you're gonna send a link to your application to, for example, /tweet/ID, it will automatically work out of a box. And let me show you how it's done. To simulate a deep link, to simulate user pressing on a link of your application, I'm gonna use this command, npx URI scheme open. Here it's because we are in development, it's the exp And my AP, I think you can get it from when you're running from the React Native, from the Expo development server, you see that Mantro waiting on this exp and so on. So copy this URL, open a new terminal, and write npx URI scheme, open that URL, then dash profile. No, we have here to navigate to where. If I do dash model and press enter without doing anything, the model automatically opens. That's a simulated deep link. Basically, when someone would send this to me, hey, look at this model, because we have this /model here in the root of our project, it automatically works out of the box. Where this is really nice and useful is when you want to send a link to a tweet, for example, tweet / and if we look at some data, I think it's T0. If I do that without doing anything, the model probably will not close, but we are navigated to that tweet. So let me try again. Yes, we are redirected to that tweet. And I think we have also a T1. So T1, for example, will automatically navigate to us to another tweet. And that's cool. It works even when you don't have application open. So I completely closed it. And if I do like, hey, check out this tweet, I only send the ID of that tweet, and my application knows how to query that tweet based on the ID. So in this scenario, my application does not rely on some other parts of our application to get the data for that screen. So that's probably answering your question very clearly, why it's better to only send IDs to the detail screen and to have the detail screen as independent as possible, because you can do things like this. And also, with that being said, I explain a bit how deep linking works. Okay, perfect. Model, I'm gonna close that. Let me see if we have any other questions, or we can move on. Please add payments on OnlyFans. Okay, we'll see. Cannot promise, but something interesting. Okay, Amy is saying that, okay, but in cases, so I guess what you're asking here is how can we send more data to them when we are navigating? Because what if indeed, like for some use cases, you want to send not only things that are in the URL like the ID, but some extra data, right? For example, I don't know, the color or something like that. Or I can do it with tweet as well. In that case, you can also do that. And where? In the components, let's open tweet. Everything starts with how we are linking. Because if we're linking like this, I think in this scenario, you are limited to only work with URL parameters, and also you can provide some additional like search queries, like I don't know, for example, I don't know, let's say filter, I don't know, recent. Will that work? So if I send here with question mark, as you would do on web, a property filter with recent, will it get it here? Console warn, come on, warn, filter. So if I go now, recent, yes, it works. So you can send additional variables, you can send them here. So for example, if the tweet will have something else, like you can send it here. But this is not appropriate for big chunks of data like objects and so on. This is great for small like filters, sorting, and small data that we can send to that screen. And as you can see, it's not part of a URL. It's part of additional parameters. However, your question is if you still have to send like an object, for example, to that screen. Well, that's possible, and in that case, you would have to create your own on-press, and I'm going to comment out the link. Will it work like this? Yes, it works, and now it's not linkable. Yes, and I'm going to give a on-press. The on-press. Come on press. Now here, if I do console warn press, it still works. Yeah, it works. Whenever we click on it, we call this function. Now, to be honest, I think I'm gonna have to look in the documentation of Expo router. Expo router. Come on, routing. Linking. Use router and router.push. That's another way. And by the way, relative paths, where was it? Relative paths are also working. Like instead of profile settings, you can go like relative double dot settings as you'd work with relative, basic relative paths. So href can also accept an object. So does that mean that I can also do it with a link? I think so. Yes. Yes, actually, that's true. So I think we can also work with links. So I'm gonna go back to our link because the href can be either a string like this, or it can be an object. So I'm gonna make it an object, and the object should have a path name, and the path name is going to be this one, the path name. But it can also have additional params. So for example, you can send in the params the tweet. So in the params, you send the whole tweet object. Now in our folder here, from the search params, we don't only take the ID, but also the tweet, and we don't have to find for it. Let's see if it will still work. Tweet T0 not found. Cannot read image of undefined. Let's see, console log tweet. It's object, cannot read property, tweet, tweet. Is it stringified? That's my question. Console log. Let's try to do JSON parse tweet, because I think it might be stringified. Retry. href. So I don't want to spend a lot of time here, but it's an object with a path name and optional params. Maybe it's the params here. Params. Maybe. And const tweet equal params. But no. Good question, param. Undefined. Let me take all of them. ID tweet is object. Maybe we could in params say tweet JSON stringify tweet, pass a stringify version of a tweet, and here we get the tweet as a tweet string, and then we do const tweet equal JSON.parse tweet string, and we console log the tweet. Unexpected constant U. Come on. Tweet string. Undefined. Tweet. Here, tweet. Why are not working? I'm gonna spend 2 more minutes to see if I can solve this. Params. Missing what? Tweet T8. I think it's related to the opening the deep link. Unable to open. Unable to open that one. So yeah, like when you get a lot of data there, I don't think you'll be able to put it there. Search params. You still have access to the navigation, so you would definitely be able to do that. But I'm really curious to see what I'm doing wrong here. Let me actually take a note and see after the stream. Because it's, yeah, I would expect this to work. Maybe we have some specific data that is not serializable there, but no. And JSON parse doesn't want to parse it. Oh, weird. Okay, never mind. Going back, yeah, I'm gonna, if I find the solution, I'm gonna show you. But for now, we're gonna keep the way it was. Come on. Something like this. Okay, and let me check if everything is fine and we can. Did I just stash everything related to the navigation? Or to the link? What happened? Yeah, I think I stashed everything. I did not commit before this and I stashed. That's very not desirable, but we can repeat it real quick. So link from Expo router. No, not this one. We need to encapsulate in a link from Expo router. The href is going to go to tweet. And I was thinking, like, when doing the stash, like, it would be so bad not to commit before. And that's actually what happened. But now that we don't have to stop and explain everything, I'm gonna be back on track in a moment and we can implement some other screens. Pressable. This one works here. And here in the tweet, I think we also need to do const tweet equal tweets.find. Tweet is going to be t.id is equal to the ID. And now, did we do anything extra? No, I think that's where we were at. Okay. So we are back on track. Let's see what people say in the comments and we can move on with some extra features. Is there any way to hide the parameters from the URL? I think you can add params. Zekaria is asking, why don't we use React Native CLI? You have more control on your code. Also, some packages are missing on Expo. So this is a very outdated take, probably from 2019 or something like that. But recently, Expo nowadays is in a completely different place where it was a couple of years before. Yes, that might have been true in the past, that with React Native CLI you have more control and some packages were not supported on Expo, but nowadays Expo have Expo configs, so most of the packages out there are by default compatible with Expo. If not, you can make them compatible by writing a small config file. So that means that the first argument, that packages are not supported on Expo, it's not true. And the second one is having control over the native side. With Expo nowadays, you can pre-build, which is not the same as ejecting in the past. With pre-build, you simply build locally your iOS and Android folder. At any point in time, you can remove them. But yeah, for everything else, you use config plugins to control the native side of your application. All right, so back here, one thing that I wanted to show you is how you can adjust the title of your page. So if we are still on the Expo router, let's do that. And adjusting the title is part of adjusting the options of our navigation screen. So if you worked with React navigation in the past, you know how we would change the title there. We had the stack.screen, for example, and in the options we provided the title. But here, Expo router is taking care of everything. How can we do that? Well, Expo router is taking care of everything, but we can still hook into the React navigation because Expo router is using React navigation behind the scenes, so we can provide our own options to the screens to make them look and behave the way we want. For example, if we open, and that is done usually in the layouts file. That's why we have a layout. Let's open the root layout from the app_layout.tsx, and this is responsible for like the root layout of the whole application. I'm not going to talk a lot about this one, but if we scroll down until we see this text screen, you now start to see the familiarity with the React navigation. So here, what we can do is to provide the stack screen. If you provide the name of your route and the name of your route, you can, come on, Vadim B. The name of your route is going to be exactly the path at this moment. So it's going to be tweet/id. And you can also see this name of a route if you navigate there. At the top is the name of a route, tweet/id. Now you can hook into this route and provide every option that you can provide to a stack screen in React navigation. This is actually React navigation, basically. So what we can do here is we can provide a title that will say tweet. And right away we see the tweet there. Perfect. And the same way, like again, like you can provide any options here, like header shown. If you want to hide the header for one screen, you can hide it like this. Header shown false. It's not found, but if we go back, come on. Yeah, in this case, like we actually need the header, but if we would not need the header, you can do that from the layout by providing stack screen. That is imported. This stack is imported from Expo router, but it's a proxy to the React navigation stack screen. So that's how we update the title. What else I wanted to update here? Okay. Perfect. How do you get deep links in a standalone application? What do you mean in a standalone application? Like if you're using Expo router, you get deep links by default. If you're using React navigation, go ahead and just search React navigation deep links. They have a documentation there how to set up the deep links. We are actually covering this in our premium program with deep links, with React navigation. So if you're interested, you can check that out at academy.notjust.dev. And with most of the navigation we are done. So let me add everything. Git commit navigation, or that was, yeah, navigation. And I'm gonna be back in 1 second, guys. All right. Oh, all right. So my plan is, let's develop one more screen that is super important for our application, and that is create a tweet screen. We will need that in the next video in order to be able to create tweets and post tweets. That's a must. If we have time, and if I'm not going to be super tired, we can work on the details page of a person, and at the end we can even do, I can even show the drawer navigation. What do you say? Are you interested in that? Or maybe you can choose, what would you like to see more? The profile details page or a drawer navigation? Okay, we have here the poll results. Let me take a screenshot, not to lose them. Somewhere here. And a custom notJust backend one, actually. We'll see, we'll see. Yes, add more features, add more features. Okay, how to show the tabs in the tweet details page? Very good question. But I really think that we're getting too deep into this. However, I really want to show you that. So let's quickly work on some screens, because I think the create page screen is much more important. And at the end, if you're still going to be here, please remind me to show you how we can still show the bottom tabs when we navigate to one of these tweet. Real short, like it's going to be, we're going to have to, I forgot the word, to nest, to nest a stack navigator inside a tab. So that's possible, we can do that. But yeah, as I said, like we're really knee deep in the navigation system. So let's go ahead and create a new screen for our new tweet screen. For the sake of simplicity and to get to the more interesting stuff, let's we're gonna try to keep it quite simple. We're gonna have a text box. We're gonna have a button, cancel, tweet. Yeah, let's go with it. Can I put it somewhere on the side so I can look and we can together build it? Yes. Okay, so as I said, to create a new screen, we have to create a new file inside our application. So let's create a new file, new tweet.tsx. Here, let's export default function new tweet. Oh, not like this. I mix the name function. Oh my God, again. And here we will return a view. And we need to make sure to import a view and a style sheet from React Native. Now let's define the styles here. Const styles equal style sheet dot create object, and yeah, maybe text just to have it there. Here text create new tweet. All right, perfect. When and where we're gonna get here? I think on Twitter we have like a floating button. Should I do with a floating button as well? Yeah, why not? Let's go ahead and create a floating button ourselves. If I look somewhere here, yeah, this is the plus button that we see in the top right corner. Where it's gonna be? It's gonna be on the tabs index, in a place where we are rendering the list of tweets. So let's go ahead and start with designing the button. We're gonna use a pressable because this is the component that will allow us to handle on-press events, like on press. But yeah, let's start with a pressable. And styles dot, what styles? The styles for the button, floating button will have some styles in a moment, and inside this we have to provide an icon. So for the icon, let's look for a plus icon. Plus. It can be from any. This one. Basically, yeah. Maybe the typo one looks better. I don't know. Let's try. Okay, not like this. Typo. Here. Let's make sure to import and typo from vector icons. And we see the icon here on the bottom. Okay, good. For the color, the icon, let's keep it black for now. Let's go ahead and for the floating button, start with a background color. The background color, I'm gonna use a royal blue, which is very close to what Twitter have, or should I find actually the color of Twitter? Okay, you got me. I'm gonna find the Twitter color. This one. Yes, perfect. The width of this button should be, I don't know, 50, like this, 50, height 50. I want to round the borders, so border radius 50, perfect. To center the icon in the middle, let's do justify content center. That's gonna put it vertically on the middle, and align items center. That's gonna put it align items, not content, items, like this. That's gonna put it this way. And here it should be a white icon. Okay, perfect. The last step is to position it, because right now it's positioned just below the flat list. What we want to do is to display on top of this flat list. So to display that, we're going to use a position absolute, and we're going to position it on the right side of a screen, 25 pixels from the border, or even 15, and on the bottom of a screen also 15 pixels. And just like that, we position it there. So we have that plus sign. Yeah, perfect. I think I like how it looks. Maybe it has some shadow there as well. With shadows, what I do usually is React Native shadow generator, because for iOS and Android they are different. So just define some shadow here, and let's copy these properties for the shadow color and the elevation. And it adds, as you can see, a bit of shadow. Perfect, looks nice. Lastly, whenever I press here, I want to redirect to that screen. So how do we do that? Well, for that we need a link. So let's import link from Expo router. Let's wrap our pressable. Oh, you know what? As I said, like the icons, they have their own press event. So actually we can wrap our icon with the link, but I'm not sure how we will handle the style. So let's see. If I do here href, the href should be /. To know what href, we just look at the file name, new-tweet, new tweet. And it should be as child. And the styles, let me see if I put them on the link itself. Will it work? Styles that doesn't, oh my god, like this, will it work? Not really. I will put the styles directly on the icon, but I think I just have to add overflow hidden. Border radius only 25. How do I center this icon? Because now it's not going to be with this justify content. Is it text align center? Yes, that's one way, but the vertical align center. No. How would you do it? Maybe line height? I don't know, 50? Yes, yes. So I just specify the line height, meaning like how high should be the line of a text, because icons, they are simply text. So now I don't need these justify content and align items. And it looks exactly how I wanted it. Yeah, it's, or maybe I, instead of width and height, and instead of having to center it like this, maybe it's better to work with padding. Padding 20 is too much, 10, 15, something like that. Still, I think that the other solution would be better, but in this way, like we just have a link and an icon. And yeah, let's not focus too much on that. Let's go ahead and now that we can navigate to the new tweet page, first of all, I want to change the name. So I will open layout TSX, and I'm going to add a new screen here by duplicating the previous one and targeting the new tweet screen by name. I'm going to change new tweet. New tweet. Perfect. Now let's go to the new tweet page and start displaying something there. So we will have, first of all, an image. So image, I don't know, we need a user image. User. Or we need a user. We will actually need a user. So right now I'm just gonna basically copy a user from the data tweets. Let's copy the first one, because we will need to know like who is this user, what image does it have. So for the source of the image, we can use the user.image, and for the style it's gonna be styles.image. What's okay, we need to import image from React Native and make sure to provide the styles for it. So image, it's gonna be something like a width 50, aspect ratio of 1, and border radius 50. Now if I go there, okay, we see that. The whole view of this page will be our container. So for the container, we need some spacing. So for that, we're going to use padding 10. And I also like to have a background color white. And to make the whole screen white, I'm going to do a flex 1. No flex. Okay, so now this is going to be another view for that will encapsulate both of them, the text and the image, and it will be our input container. So the input container needs to render the items in the same row. So flex direction row. Okay, they are in the same row. Okay, perfect. The next step, let's start working with text inputs. This is something new in this tutorial, and let's see how we can do that. To work with text inputs in React Native, we will import text input from React Native. React Native provides a default basic text input. Now, instead of rendering this text after the image, what we're going to do is render the text input, which is a self-closing tag. We don't see anything even though it's there, but by simply providing there a placeholder, what do we say on Twitter? What's happening or something like that? Let me do it like this. What's happening? We already see the text input there, so we can start writing things. Let's go ahead and probably style. Do I need to style it? No, I think it's good. I'll just give for the image some margin right to move the input a bit to the left. A bit to the right, sorry. As I was saying previously, margin right. 10. Okay, now it will move it there. Perfect, it will work, but if we write a lot of text, it will go outside the screen. So what we have to do is we have to specify that this text input is a multi-line text input. And for the number of lines, we can do, I don't know, 5, 10. And now if I'm going to do a lot of text, it's going to go from a new line. It really goes behind the screen for some reason. So I think I will have to provide a style here, at least the flex 1, in order to make sure that it takes a lot, all the available space, but not more than it has. Okay, so with a multi-line, we can write and write and write. Perfect. Now it comes the buttons. I'm gonna explain the state and how we can bind the state in a moment. When after we render the buttons. If we look here in the design, we see that at the top we have two buttons, cancel and tweet. So above the input container, we're gonna have two things, cancel and tweet. For the cancel, we can right away use a link, and that's something that I want to try. Like if I do like this, will it just go back one screen? And if I do cancel, if I press here and then cancel, yes, it redirects back. For the style, we can say font size 24. Oh, that's too much. 20. Okay, and we're gonna have to put them into another view because they will be in the same line, the link cancel. And this view will have a styles.button container. Button container is going to be before the input container. So flex direction row, because we're gonna add another button in the same row, and also margin vertical 20 or 10. Okay, perfect. So we have a first one cancel, too much I think, 18. And on the right, we're gonna have the link for tweet. But this is not gonna be a link actually. So this is going to be a simple pressable component, because we will have to execute something. We'll have to actually post things on the server. So on tweet press, so this pressable should be imported from React Native. Now, because we need to call a function, we have to define this function inside our component, new tweet, which is called on tweet press. And what should happen here? We need to say console warn for now, posting the tweet. Now if I go here, text, okay, the pressable should actually have a text inside with a tweet. Okay, it's there. Where do I start from? Let's give some style to this styles.button. And here styles.button text. And I think, yeah, that's perfect. Button and button text. So we have button and button text. For the button, before, like, I cannot stand this. Like, the input container should specify justify content space between in order to move the other button to the right side. And it's not happening. And if it's not happening, go ahead and just add a background color red to see how, oh, it shouldn't be input container. Yeah, it actually tells you like, hey, you were working with a different container. So let's put this justify content on the button container. Yes, and I can remove a red. And now, because we have space between, my other button is on the other side of the screen. Now we can specify the background color of our button, and I will take that, where is it? This color from here. And it should be, I don't know, I will space it with padding 5. And also padding horizontal a bit more, like 20. Maybe we are not 5 but 10. Okay, better. For the button text, it's gonna be color white. Let's make it bold. So font weight bold. Okay, I like it. And for the button itself, it should have border radius, I don't know, 50. Perfect, looks perfect. Only the cancel, I don't think it's in the same line with the button. So for the button container, let's do align items center. Okay, now the cancel is on the same line. Should the button text be font size? I don't think it should be the same size as the cancel, but it should be a bit larger than, yeah, I think like this. And maybe font weight 600. Yep. Let's not waste a lot of time on this design, but yeah, if I press cancel, we go back. Here we have it. All right. So what I was leading to is, okay, we are writing here a very deep tweet, and then we are pressing tweet here to send this data to the server. On the tweet press, at the moment, there is no way to take the data from the text input. There is no way to say like, hey, text input, give me the text, and I'm gonna post that text to the server. In order to be able to get that data, we have to use state variable. State variable is data that we store inside a component, and whenever that data is updated or changed, the component will re-render to display the new value on the screen. So the state is making our component interactive. To define a state, first of all, we need to import at the top of our file, import a hook called useState from React. Inside our component, we will define the state with the following syntax. The name of the state will be text, and the setter will be setText equal useState. As the parameters of this hook, we can initialize what is going to be the initial value. So we can start with an empty string. Now the useState, why we have this syntax, the useState is returning back a tuple, an array of two values. The first one is the value of a state. The second one is the setter. It's a function that allows us to update the state. So we never update it directly by saying text equal new. We always have to update it using the setter, set text, and call the function with new. So always remember that and you're gonna be fine. Now, first things first, we need, now we have to bind the state variable to the text input. So the first thing is that text input has a property value, and here we can send our state text. That's the first step, and now if you're gonna change the default value here to hello and go there, you're gonna see the text there, hello. But if you're gonna start to change something, it will go back to hello, because we are always sending the hello as the value, and we are never updating the text in our state. Set text is never called. Let's go ahead and provide a callback function when the text changes inside our text input. To do that, send the onChange text, and here you can provide a callback function, and there will be the new value, and you can do something. For example, set text new value. Now if you're gonna change something, it will stay there and it will update in the state. And what's cool is that now we have access to the text that the user inputted in our onPress function. So if I press now, we see posting the tweet, hello, and so on. You can simplify this line on change text. Whenever you have an arrow function that does nothing more than calls another function, it's easier to actually send that function as a value to the property. So now it will call this set text with a value that is the new value. I have to remove hello from here. And I think that's perfect. Last step is maybe we want to hide the header here. So let's go ahead and layout. And for the options for the new tweet screen, we can say header shown, head and shoulders, false. Now if I go there, not here, but there, we see that the header is removed, but the problem is that now the buttons are displayed behind the notch of the iOS, and it's really, it shouldn't be there. To fix this issue, we can either manually add to our container, I don't know, margin top to 75, and that's gonna, or maybe even padding top 75, and that's gonna look better on this device. But on devices that do not have a notch, it's gonna have too much space there. In order to automatically add padding on the top based on the height of a notch, there are some components called safe area views that are taking care of that. So we can import safe area view from React Native and replace the root view with a safe area view. If I do just that, it updates, it doesn't display there, but now this style should become the problem with this style, we lost the paddings because the safe area view is overriding our paddings. So that's why instead of padding 10 here, maybe we can, for this situation, we can work with margin. I don't like the margin because, okay. Look, I'm going to go back actually to my view, how it was before. Come on, view. And instead of replacing, I'm going to simply encapsulate safe area view. I'm going to encapsulate everything with this safe area view. And the only thing that needs to be here is a flex one. Flex one, and maybe background color. Oh my God, white. And now our container doesn't need a background color. Okay, perfect. All right, so now our container, maybe here you can do padding horizontal, just to add only on the horizontal because we already have enough on the vertical. So now it looks much better. And it will look good on all. No, actually I will still keep padding all paddings, because on, for example, on our devices, it still needs that padding. So perfect. We can write, we can toggle the keyboard, and we can write. Perfect. And we can press tweet. And in the next Friday, we're going to implement the functionality of this on tweet press in order to send data to our server. And after sending the data, we're gonna reset the text to an empty string. So if I press text, yeah, we are reset like this. And what we will also want to do is to go back. So here to go back, I think we're gonna get the navigation using the use navigation from Expo router and simply call navigation dot go back. So if I write a tweet, we're gonna get back. Yes. Perfect. Let me just double check if that's the way you go back. Go back. It works, but maybe they recommend something else. For other actions such as go back, use the use router hook. Use router. Why not use navigation? Router. Use router. Yes, use router back. Okay, I think a better way is not to use navigation directly, but to go with the router, use router. And instead of doing go back, just simply write router.back. Is that true? We need to import use router from Expo router and check if it will work. Yes, it works. So both of them are working, but probably this is better because it works with directly the router, even though I'm pretty sure like behind the scenes it's the same. Okay, so we have our page for creating new tweets. AC/DC. Oh my God, I wrote that. Okay. So that's perfect, guys. Let's go ahead and do git add, git commit -m, and we have new tweet page. So we are getting very far ahead with the front end of our application. Let's go ahead and run a poll to see what do you want to see. The drawer navigation or the profile details page. I'm not sure which one I want to implement. Drawer, navigation, or the profile page. Or maybe something else. If you have some ideas, let me know. If we go with a route drawer navigation, I'm also going to show the showing the tabs on the tweet detail page. Video stories in this build. Does video stories define Twitter? I'm not sure if that's like a main feature of Twitter. Clicky or tactical? Which keyboard switches are you using? You tell me, I don't know. I don't know. Reminder to show tabs in the details page. So I see that more people want to see the drawer navigation. More people want to see drawer navigation. In which project did I implement drawer navigation? Oh yeah, I know. In the previous worst volume control. Let me just have a look. Layout. Okay. Let's think what is the actual folder folder structure that we're gonna need here. So is the tab navigator a child of the drawer navigator? Or it's the other way around? Like, that's interesting. It's available almost in every page. If it's available in every page. That means that first we have a drawer, then we have the tabs. Or the home is a drawer. Yes, I can make the root layout a drawer, but in that case, no. The root still has to be a stack. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. Okay. So I see people voted for the drawer navigator. I hope that after 3.5 hours, my explanation is gonna make sense, but I'm pretty sure it will. We're gonna take it step by step, and I'm gonna explain everything that we need to do in order to have this drawer navigator. First things first. First things first, of course, we need a new folder that will group all our screens in the drawer navigator. And by the way, if for people that might need a bit more context regarding drawer navigator, React navigation, let me quickly show how it looks and what we are talking about. So docs, navigators, and here we have drawer. A drawer navigator is a side menu, or in a lot of cases you can it's referred to as the hamburger menu, because usually you have like 3 lines, and when you press, it opens a side menu with a lot of menu options. So yeah, this is a very common one, and I think we did not implement in a lot of applications. So I'm very happy that you guys decided to show how to implement it in this application. So as I was saying, the first step is going to be to create a separate tab, a separate folder that will group all the screens in that navigator. Let's create the folder. And here we have to either call it like this, drawer, but in this case, the URLs to that path will contain the word drawer. So in order to exclude it from the path, we can put it in brackets. Now in drawer, what do we have there? First of all, let's define an index.tsx. I'm going to do React Native functional export to quickly move from here, to a quicker move here and generate some screens. Let me check what other screen we have there. We have, for example, Twitter Blue, right? That would be Twitter Blue.tsx. React Native functional export. The name should be Twitter Blue. Export Twitter Blue. So I'll just create a couple of screens here that we will need in the drawer. What else? What else should I put there? Bookmarks. Yeah, maybe. New file. Bookmarks.tsx. React Native function export. Bookmarks. Let's capitalize it like this. Bookmarks. Index. I don't know. Index. Okay. This one is good. Now what I want to do is I want to make this drawer navigation as the root of our as the root screen, like the first screen that we see should come from the drawer to be able to see it on the screen. To do that, in our root layout, there is this export unstable settings with the initial route name tabs. This makes the tabs the initial route name. Let's make the drawer the initial route name, and let's refresh the page, the application. It still doesn't work, but is it because they put the tabs here first? Let's try to put the drawer first. No route name drawer exists in nested children drawer bookmarks. But there should be index. Let me try to restart the server because sometimes that's necessary, especially when creating routes. Let's refresh. Layout children, no route named drawer. It's coming from this layout. Drawer. Yeah, I think I restarted it, but it's still not showing. Stack layout. Yeah, I understand. At the moment, the problem is that by putting things together in a group, this does not create a nested navigator there. What we did here, like all of these bookmark, index, and Twitter blue, they're still part of a layout navigator, which is a stack. So in order to create a nested navigator, the same way as we have for the tabs, we have to create its own layout file inside this folder. So let's create the layout.tsx here. And this is going to be our, let's keep it consistent, export default function tab layout. Export default function drawer layout. And this is going to be a function like this. So what we have to export here, look, I'm going to first export a stack that is imported from router, because this is not export, return. I'm going to return a simple stack imported from Expo router just to make it work. And then I'm going to show you how we can work with drawers. So now, because we return a separate stack, this group of screens inside our drawer folder, they are a completely different navigator, which is a child of the root layout. So this is how we nest navigators inside each other. It's not enough to create folders. We have to specify layouts. So now if I'm gonna refresh, voila, we see the index that is coming from this drawer index here. Okay, because in the layout, Is it because we put it here as the first one? Or is it because of unstable options? I think it's because of initial route name. But we still need this drawer here because we want to hide that header there. Okay. That's the first step. But yeah, now let's move to the drawer. By default, at the moment of recording this video, Expo router comes with only 2 pre-installed navigators. That's the stack navigator and that's the the tabs navigator. For example, tabs, you can import it from Expo router, and the where is it? And the stack that we are using here. And it's super easy to work with them. You just import it, you export it from here. If you need to provide stack screens, you do that inside this stack. So it's, yeah, super simple to do. It's automatically created. We cannot import from here a drawer. There is no navigator like this. But the cool thing about Expo router, is that we're not limited to the navigators that are provided by Expo router. We can import any other navigators from the rack navigation, for example, and use them in the Expo router. So how do we do that? First of all, we need to install drawer navigator as a library. So we will take it from here. So let's actually, yeah. Let's take it from here. In a new terminal, let's install npm install React Navigation Drawer. Actually, it would be better to do npx expo install, but this is fine as well. And besides the drawer navigation, we also would have to install the native gesture handler and reanimated. I feel that they should be already installed. We can check the package.json for what? For the gesture handler. So let's look for just no, but reanimated also no. Okay. Now let's install these 2 libraries, which are the dependency of the drawer navigation. So let's copy it from here. And let's install using npx install this time. While it's installing, let's look at what else do we have to do. Let's scroll down a bit. To finalize installation of React Native Gesture Handler, add following to the top. Make sure it's at the top and there is nothing else before it of your entry file, such as index.js or app.js. Let's do this. And inside our index.tsx, I'm really curious if it actually should be on top or below the Expo router, but we can check that in the Expo router. Create a new file in the root. If it exists, we'll replace it with the following. It doesn't say anything, so I will hope that it's okay to import the gesture handle before the Expo router entry. So now I think I will just have to restart the server to make sure that everything is still working. But are we done with the installation guide of the drawer navigator? And for reanimated 2, let's open this installation guide. Because we need to add this Babel plugin. So let's copy this line. Let's open our code, find Babel config, and for the plugins, let's add this one. Yeah. Now it should work perfectly. And let's go ahead and actually start it with clear, just to be on the safe side. Let's run it on iOS. This is the installation for the drawer navigator with a couple of its dependencies. Come on, why you're not running? Let's go, let's go. So everything is running perfectly. That means that, yeah, we installed everything correctly. Now let's close basically everything and focus on the app drawer layout, to the layout of our drawer. Here, we will have to, of course, import drawer or import create drawer navigator and go ahead and actually create a drawer navigator. Drawer equal create drawer navigator. Now, from Expo router, there is a hook that transforms any navigators in a navigation that is aware of Expo router environment, and that is called use something with context. Use layout effect snippet. No. Let me double check in our here. It's called with layout context. So with layout context. And here, instead of drawer, let's actually call it drawer navigator. And only take, because create drawer navigators returns as an object with two properties, the dot navigator, dot screen, and actually dot group. So let's just take the navigator from here, and then we're gonna create this drawer that is aware of Expo router using the with layout context, and we will pass there the navigator. If we do this and now replace the stack with this drawer, I hope that it should work. Yes, and I already see the hamburger menu at the top. And if I press on it, we see index, bookmarks, and Twitter blue. And I can move from one page to another just like this. Perfect, exactly what I wanted. So, as simple as that, we have our working drawer navigator. Let me commit, because we are not done yet. Git add, git commit -m, added drawer navigator. So to summarize, to use some custom navigators, we just simply have to install them, follow the installation guide, which is from React Navigation, and using the with layout context from Expo router, we can transform from the React Navigation Navigator, React Navigation Navigator, to Expo router navigator, and by rendering it inside our layout, we are making this custom navigation, which is in this case drawer. You might think, okay, but how can we nest and how we can combine our tabs with a drawer? At the beginning, I was thinking like, how should be the nesting? How should be the logic? Are the tabs inside the drawer navigation, or is the drawer navigation inside of some tab? And I think the tabs are in the drawer navigation, and the drawer navigation is basically one of the most global navigators. So for that reason, let's go ahead and simply drag and drop the tabs inside our drawer like this. Move. Yes. Probably not a lot of things will work yet, but if I look at the layout, let me check here some of the things. I'm gonna go line by line to make sure that we didn't break anything. For example, initial route of a root layout is drawer, yes. Here we don't have tabs anymore, so we can remove this one because we only have a drawer and tabs is inside the drawer and everything else is okay. Now inside our tabs layout, do we have to change anything here? I don't think so. But what we can look at is we see here the tabs that goes and displays our tab screen, and we can go ahead and basically navigate through the tabs, navigate back, and so on. We are not yet where we want to be. For example, if I refresh the page, I want the tabs to be the first thing that I see in my application. At the moment, it should be index when I just launch the page. So as we saw in the root layout, by exporting these constant and stable settings, by exporting this initial route name, we are specifying which one should be the initial route. So let's go ahead and in the layout, where is, okay. Let's do it like this. So the initial route names here should be tabs. So if I close the application completely and open it, will it open on the tabs or not? Or on the index? It opens on the tabs. Yes. Okay. Now, on this page, I see two headers. The one that is coming from the tabs, no, actually that one is coming from our drawer and the name is called tabs, and the one that is coming from our tab navigator that is rendering tab 1. One of them we should get rid of and keep only one. I think we should keep the one that shows the name of a tab, because if I go to the tab 2, I want to see a different title there. Let me just double check how it is on iOS, but yes, that's true. So we need to hide the one that displays tabs here. And to do that, in our layout of our drawer navigator, we need to specify some options to our drawer screen, drawer.screen. Which screen? The one with the name tabs. We need to provide options, and here header options, header shown false. What? Why it's not? Okay, yeah. I don't know why it was not auto completing, but that's true. Header shown false hides that header, but it still displays on other pages, but in our tabs we are not displaying the header of that one. We're displaying the header of the tab, and now we have a properly implemented nesting, and it renders correctly. And we still can access the drawer navigation by swiping left here on the side of a screen. However, sometimes users do not know that they can swipe here to open the menu. So on Twitter, there is actually the user avatar on the right here of a header. Sorry for me struggling to talk, but it's been almost 4 hours and I'm trying my best. So on Twitter, there is an image here that when pressed will open the drawer navigation. So let's try to do that because I think that's quite an important use case. To render the icon, we can go, where do we handle this header? This header is coming from the tab 1, so that means that it's coming from tabs layout. Tabs layout, the index has this header right, which displays the icon. What we want to do is the same way as it has the header right, is to display a header left. Header left. For the header left, let's actually define a custom component, which is going to be called header left. Which is going to be called user avatar header. I don't know, something like that. Header. So avatar header will be displayed as the header left. So let's go ahead on top here and create this function. Avatar header. It will have props and it will render something. Return. What it will return? It will return an image. The source of the image, we can we need some data of a user, or I can simply do source and style. For the source, I'm gonna go in the assets, data, tweets, and get avatar from here. Go back to our avatar header here, provide the source there. Image should be imported from React Native. We have React Native here. Yes, we have. So let's import image. And for the style, that's gonna be width, I don't know, 40, aspect ratio 1, and border radius 40. And yes, it works. It works. It just needs a bit of probably margin left. Yes, left. 10. And probably should be a little smaller, like 30. Yes, something like this is on Twitter. Okay, yeah, I like it. And what should happen when we press on this? Well, we should open the drawer navigation. So first of all, let's add a pressable around this button, around this image, to be able to handle press events. So on press, we need to open the drawer navigation. How do we do that? I don't know. Let's check the drawer here to see if we have something like open. But I remember in the documentation of Expo router, there is open drawer here. There is navigation, use navigation, navigation, open drawer. Let's try. So we need access to the navigation object. So const navigation equal use navigation from Expo router. And when we press, we're gonna call the navigation dot open drawer. Will it work? Yes, it works. I don't know why it says that it doesn't have open drawer, but the good thing is that it works. So when we press on that image, it will open the drawer navigation. Perfect. And the last step is to go ahead and adjust the way the drawer navigation looks. For example, I don't think we need index anymore here, so we can delete it from here. And we can leave only the tabs. That can also be renamed. So if you go to the drawer layout for the tabs, you can rename them by providing the title here, home or feed or something like that. So now this will be home. Then you can do the same for example, bookmarks. So bookmarks. Instead of header shown, you can specify here bookmarks. And this will capitalize it. And the same with a Twitter blue. Okay, I'm gonna do it. Twitter blue. Or yeah, Twitter blue. Twitter blue. Save. Yes, now it's home, bookmarks, and Twitter blue. Do we still have some time? When it comes to adjusting the styles here, you can look at drawer navigation to see how you can create headers. Where is it? Options, title, drawer label, icon, drawer style. Header. You can find a list of in this drawer there is screen options, React navigation, custom drawer design. I just want to show you drawer navigation, how you can provide custom designs for these drawers. Provide custom drawer content. The default component of a drawer, yes. Custom drawer content, and here in the custom drawer content, you provide it to drawer content. Okay, so you can create a custom drawer content here in your drawer thing. Make sure to import them from drawer. Okay, and we can provide here to the drawer content and this one. Now everything is working the same as it was working before, just because we have rendering this drawer item list, and this is what renders the items in this list. But the cool thing is that now we can render here a text saying Vadim, saying the name of the person, right? So we can import this text from React navigation. Import text from React Native, not navigation, React Native. And if we go there, we see the title there. So you can style it, you can provide line self-center, font size 20, and now it's gonna look like this. So what you can do here is you can do exactly what Twitter has for their drawer navigation, and I'm not sure if I have a screenshot for that here, but they're displaying basically your avatar, your name, how many followers you have, and after that they are displaying the rest of the links. So yeah, with this approach you can do here anything you want, and it will render on top of your drawer here. The last thing that I want to show here is how we can add the tweet page inside, when navigating to the tweet page, to be able to still see the tab bar here. For that, I just want to look at the features, shared routes, in home, in the search, this is exactly the thing that we are saying. So we can leave the tweet page here, or oh, that's I really want to I don't want to rush this, but I really have to to leave because it's already 4 hours we are in the live. And I'm gonna go ahead and commit everything. Git add, git commit, custom or drawer navigation config. But shortly, like maybe I can explain you how that would work. So what we would have to do in order to be able to have multiple screens as part of the tab 1, for example, is instead of providing one single screen, for example, index here, what we do here is we provide a folder with feed, for example. And this feed will contain the index, right? Now everything is fine. So this feed now becomes, we need to transform it to a nested stack navigator. So for that, we have to create a layout here, layout.tsx, that will simply export the stack. So export default feed layout equal return. We will export a stack from here, import it from Expo router, of course, function like this. Now, if I reload, probably it's not gonna work because I have to actually reload the application. And in the tabs layout, now we need to specify that the root is actually our feed here. So I will have to export the unstable settings in the tabs layout to say that, hey, the initial route should be feed, because we renamed it from index to feed, so that's why we need it here. So now, if I stop the server and start it again, reload, come on, let's go. Can you please make a video about animated API? Yes, definitely we're gonna do more of that later. Tab feed. So feed, we have here feed. I'm not sure why it's not the first one. Yeah, because it has index here name, but it's feed. So I still have to replace that. If I reload, run on iOS. This screen doesn't exist, but why? There is a feed. Feed, index, feed. Come on. So if I go to home and here to tab 1, yeah, it exists. And now what we can do is we can put other screens besides the index feed, besides the one that is rendering the posts. For example, we can put there the tweet. So we're gonna move a tweet inside the feed. Update imports for tweet, yes. And the only thing that will change is the way we navigate, because in the components in the tweet, now the path will become up. Drawer is with brackets, so we don't consider it. Tabs is with brackets, we don't consider, but feed is not with brackets. So we say feed /tweet/tweet ID. So now if I'm gonna restart, still not sure why that happens, but if I'm gonna go to this one, we see the page with a tweet and at the same time the bottom tab bars. And in the layout, I think we can do screen options, header shown false in order to hide these headers. Now it's tab 1, we press on it, we see the screen with the tweet, and we can go back. Yeah, that's challenging. How to go back from here? How would you go back from there? Okay, that's a bit more challenging because the tab bar is actually changing there. When we are on this one, that gives me a bit of when we're on a tweet page, I think, yeah. Yeah, that would really be interesting, to be honest, here. But at this moment, I don't know the answer. How to replace the headers from this one to the one related to our tweet page. So the only way to go back is, I don't know, to have some kind of a go back or to completely hide the yeah, I don't know. But at least that's possible. And I still don't understand this screen doesn't exist. Let me try to stop the server. Start it again. In the layout, what's happening here? Hello, Alexandra. Do you miss me? It's Friday then. Yes, I'm just fixing the last bug and I'm done. It's a really long one. I don't remember when we did such a long live stream. Do we really need the feed folder? We need the feed folder in order, because the feed is another nested stack navigator that contains feed items, the feed itself, and other screens like a tweet and so on. Can't we simply move the tweet into tabs? In that situation, the tweet will become a tab if you do that, and it will display at the bottom. Yes, you can hide it, but still, if you're gonna be on the tweet page, you're not gonna see the feed as active. So I still see this error. So there is something wrong here. And it's probably getting to, okay. So this one is going to the drawer. Then in the drawer layout, we are saying that the initial route name is the tabs. and we have the tabs here. Okay, in the tabs, we have a layout. We are exporting initial route name feed. And feed has index.tsx. And here, tab layout. Why? Where is the problem? Like, I'm gonna simply add in the tabs here, like the index.tsx, just to see if it's coming from here, React Native functional export, and refresh. Yes, it's rendering the index. Why you are not rendering the feed here? Tabs. But if I say 2, initial route name 2, it still renders the index. What? Well, I think I can, but no, I don't want to do that. Or, no. Maybe feed index, But I thought about that, maybe feed index. And that's why I replace it with 2, to see if at least we can override the initial to this one, to this file. So I'm going to run it again. Maybe should. And it's index. No route name tweet ID exists nested children. No route name tweet ID. Where did we say tweet ID? Is it in the root layout? I have a tweet ID. Yes. Have this tweet ID here. Not sure if it still works, but maybe. iOS. It's still index. It's still index. I'm gonna delete index for a moment. I really want to get to the root of this. This screen doesn't exist. Supporting you can use unstable settings, object export from layout. I'm stuck. I would call this one index, but I don't want index instead of feed. So name index here, tab 1. Cheers, guys. We're gonna get there. Whoo! I really love today's live stream. And it works. But the problem is with navigating there. I don't want to navigate to /index. So what I can do is maybe I can add the parentheses here to exclude index from the path. But we are back to square one, because now that one is not index anymore. Or is it? iOS. Okay, it works. It works, it works, it works. And now in the components, tweet, I don't need feed here. I can do tweet because drawer, tabs, and index, they are all excluded from the path, which I really enjoy. And here we have our index. Okay. No route name index. Where no route name index? Exist nesting children index 2. Index 2. What? Index 2. Come on. Come on. Found screens with the same name nested inside one another. Drawer, tabs, index. Drawer, tabs, index, index. Oh my god. Tweet. Drawer, tabs, index. Drawer, tabs, index, index. No, this one should be feed. Come on. Oh my god. Why it's not working as I expect it to work? And here it should be feed, and the title should be even like feed. iOS. Keep going strong. Thank you. 12-hour live stream. No. Thank you. I need to be prepared for that. Something worked. Why did it work? Can you explain? It's still called index there. No. Stopping server. iOS. Oh, wait a second. If I go back from there, I come back to the feed. No. Coming back to the feed works because we exported this initial route name to. Wait a sec. I am confused. I am badly confused. I need oxygen. I need oxygen. What else can I try? What else can I try? In the feed layout. So let's start like this, layout. Initial route name drawer, and here the first screen is drawer. Then inside the drawer we have initial route name tabs. Then we have tabs. Then in the tabs we have initial route name 2. And then in the tabs we have, maybe to put the 2 with the first one, just to see. Why? All the way till here it works, and here it stops working. That gives me an impression that I did a very stupid mistake with some kind of typo. Let me try what? Initial route name, maybe to specify it like this. This screen doesn't exist. Yeah, I give up. Okay. You got me. And I really would love if anyone will make it work to tell me where I was doing a mistake. I cannot give up. Okay, in the component tweet here we have /feed/tweet. So I'm gonna leave it like this. Everything works except like the first screen that you open, this one. So yeah, now when we navigate here, we are navigating within a nested stack navigator. So yeah, actually we took this navigation system to a whole new level. We have so many nested navigations, starting with a drawer which displays the links here. And the drawer encapsulates or nests other navigators, like simple screens, but also full navigators like this tab navigator. And this tab navigator has, again, normal screens like the tab 2, which is a simple screen, and another stack navigator for the feed, because the feed has rendering the feed itself, but also when we press on some items, we're navigating within this stack navigator, we're navigating to the tweet details. So yeah, that's how we can nest multiple navigators together. That's how we can use custom navigators like drawer. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and add everything right now to the Git, and I'm gonna make sure to publish everything. But you guys, make sure to join me next week, also on Friday. At the same time, we are going live every single Friday at 3 p.m. GMT. Make sure to add it to your calendar, actually, not to miss any future videos, or use that little trick that YouTube spent a lot of time implementing, the bell icon. So press the bell, subscribe to the channel. Let me know in the comments what other applications you'd like us to build, and have a nice weekend ahead. I'm tired after 4 hours of coding, but I really hope you enjoyed this one. And also, if you are planning to get to the next level as a React Native developer, make sure to check out our premium program at academy.notjust.dev. If you enjoyed this one, if you took value out of this one, the Academy is 10 times better because it's 10 times more in-depth, and also it's way more structured. So if on YouTube we are doing things in different projects, in the Academy we put everything into a huge project and we're building it step by step. So there you'll actually get to a place where you are able to build full stack end-to-end applications from start to finish until they are in the hands of a user. So make sure to check out at academy.notjust.dev. The link is in the description below. And guys, I'm gonna see you next Friday. Bye! Let's get this